Hello, YouTubers, and welcome back to the Ohio Patriot Education Network channel. I am, as always, your host, the Ohio Patriot, aka AR. So, for today's episode, we're going to be talking about a handful of topics. We're going to do a little bit of 2A discussion. We're going to talk about Ohio judges that need to be disbarred over abortion stuff, and we're also going to discuss a couple of things about another YouTuber's panel that I was on a little bit earlier tonight. So we're gonna start with that. Actually, I was on the AK Nation News Guys panel for a few minutes there, and yeah, some things were said, and I think they were misinterpreted on some people's parts is what it was. And I was trying to basically explain things, but didn't really get the explanation across the way I wanted to. I think is what it was. Because the whole point I was trying to make was when you look at the majority of these states and stuff across this country, it's usually the Democrat run major cities and stuff like that that tend to have, because of being more population dense and stuff like that, and having hundreds of thousands to millions of people in them is what it is. You have a lot more violence being sprung up and stuff like that versus the rural areas where you have people that ain't all living right on top of each other and stuff like that, and they try to basically take it racial is what it was, and tried to make it like a whole thing of like, oh, you're saying black people live on top of each other. And it's like, no, I'm actually not saying that at all, dude. I'm saying everybody lives in a major city. Doesn't matter the fucking racial background, dude. It could be white, could be black, could be Latino, could be fucking, Asian, whatever the case be. If you're living in a major city in this country, you know, pretty much the way that these places are set up, you're gonna be living in very close proximity to each other and stuff like that. I mean, hell, you look at for me when I was living in Columbus, Ohio, there were a couple of years back in 2010 and stuff like that, dude. It was nothing but apartment buildings in pretty much that entire city area and stuff like that, dude. So you were by definition living on top of each other there is what it was. And, that was one of the worst areas to live in, honestly. And even where my brother lives at right now, down in Columbus area there, it's a suburb, and they're still like I would consider them to be living on top of each other because they really don't like they have like basically a couple square feet as a yard there where you could basically do it with like a push mower in about 10 minutes, and then your neighbor is like within like you could basically spit hard enough and you're gonna hit your neighbor's house. That's how close they live together down there is what it is, doing these suburbs and shit. And it's basically like the old that old show Weeds, where it's like little uh how'd it go, little boxes made of ticky tacky, and it's just like the row houses and stuff like that. It's kind of like that, honestly. And yeah, it tends to be, these are the places that do tend to be more violent and stuff like that. And as AK Ock, whatever wants to call himself there, brought up and stuff, he mentioned about how there is a difference between like somebody having a catalytic converter stolen and then some dude who has a drive by done at their house at 3 a.m. and then the person comes back at 4 a.m. to kind of finish the job is what it is. And yeah, there is a difference between those two things. The only common denominator in them is that they're both crime, obviously. But the thing about that is, as someone who has actually been a victim of catalytic converter theft and of burglary of my firearm, too, by the way, you can't tell me that either one of those situations, for me specifically, couldn't have turned into a deadly force encounter situation, dude. And the same thing across the board, dude. Like, because that's the thing. People anymore, just because, like, it doesn't matter what the fucking racial background of people is anymore, dude. Ever since 2020, ever since you've had, an entire party of fucking people, being the Democrat Party, basically condone violence, mostly by Antifa and BLM types, is what it was back then, dude, when they were burning down major cities and stuff like that. You had Kamala Harris and company bail funding them and shit like that, dude. There's just been like this crazy uptick in violence across the board, it seems like. And then, of course, what do you have red states like Ohio do? We pass laws like constitutional carry and stand your ground and stuff like that, dude. And that's the thing you have to do anymore, dude. You have to be able to have stuff like that on the books because you're allowing a citizenry to defend themselves, especially when you're telling them a couple years ago, oh yeah, unless it's you basically having some dude like beat down your door to murder you in the fucking middle of the night and stuff like that, we're not going to come out to help you is what it is, dude. And by the way, that did happen back in 2020. I believe it was one of the counties near Cincinnati and stuff like that, where you had, I forget if it was like a police chief or it was like a sheriff's deputy or who it was. It was like some dude that was like a decent ranking in the law enforcement down there is what it was. And he basically went on the news and said straight up to them, he's like, oh yeah, we're not even going to bother doing like property crime right now and stuff like that. Like unless you're like in a violent encounter kind of thing or whatever the case be, we're not, coming out to check on your stolen bikes or your stolen whatever it is, dude, and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, so you're basically incentivizing criminality then to some extent. And then you wonder why again we had this uptick in people buying guns for the first time back then. And it's like it's not that hard to figure out, dude. You know. So anyway, I think that's probably going to be the last time I go on that AK Nation News guys panel though, because again, like for me personally, and I'm just gonna lay it out like it is right now, dude. When the first time I went on there, I forget what the guy's name is that was on there. Um, like his first question to me was what race I am, and I'm like, it's just like, what the fuck does it matter, dude? Shouldn't the first question you ask somebody be like, oh, what city are you from, or what area are you from, whatever it is, dude? Like, but no, you're gonna sit there and ask me like what my racial background is. It's like again, what the fuck does it matter? Unless you want to make it a fucking issue or something like that, dude. So yeah, it's just ridiculous though. But yeah, one of the chicks on that panel was asking me a question about because I mentioned something during it or whatever, and I think I guess I was misinterpreted. I think is what it was. Um, and the thing of it was, she was saying something about like, Norway and like their population not being as violent or whatever. And my first thing on that one is, so first of all, why the hell are you using a foreign country to make a fucking analogy there? And I'm thinking it's mostly because of the fact that when you look at Norway's population, it's like, from what I was able to look up here a little bit ago, it was like 97% white people or whatever then, or at least it used to be and stuff. And then she was saying something about how it's like, you know, I don't think she used economic migrants, but that's what I'll say right now. Like the economic migration that's going on there and where they're bringing people in from other countries and stuff like that into that area and stuff. That's what's bringing a lot of the crime with it and whatnot. And it's like, well, yeah, of course, man. Like, how could it not when you're sitting there, you know, having culture clashes is the best way I can describe it, honestly, is the best way to describe it, honestly. And the thing is, it's going to be a situation where, yeah, you're going to have people that don't want to. It's just like here in America, dude, you have entire groups of people coming in from other countries now that refuse to melt. And when you look at a lot of these countries they're coming from, you know, through our open border system and stuff like that, it's places that are communist and socialist nations. It's places like Venezuela or Honduras or El Salvador or Guatemala or Nicaragua or something like that, dude, where you have a socialist or a communist dictator in power there, and you have basically this socialist or communist style government. And then these people basically live underneath that shit for X amount of time during their lives and stuff like that. And they're like, you know what, this place fucking sucks. Let's, flee to America. And I was actually talking to a girl who used to date my cousin, and she was telling me a story where her relatives were in Nicaragua there because I think it was either her brother or it was one of her first cousins. They were talking about coming to America because of how like shitty it was there in their country of origin is what it was. And it was basically you either had to fall under the sort of communist socialist government to get a job, or you didn't have work. And apparently they were having ads go on their TVs over there that were basically like, yeah, come to America and you'll get free handouts galore. You'll get free healthcare and food and medicine and everything you want basically under the sun and a place to live and all that shit on top of that, dude. And a cherry on top of the sundae kind of deal. And you don't have to pay a dime for it is what it is, dude. And that's the problem right now because you have these, Soros style NGOs and stuff like that that are incentivizing this shit is what it is, dude. And so of course you're going to see, these people that basically in their own countries are the, you know, lower to middle class people is what it is, dude. It's not like they're really poor people and stuff. It's the people that actually can afford a TV and stuff like that, who actually do live in a, decent place there is what it is, and would basically be the middle class of their own, country that are the ones fleeing here because they're the ones that can afford to pay, these coyotes and stuff like that, these human traffickers, tens of thousands of dollars per person is what it is, dude. So yeah, it's just craziness is what it is, dude. But yeah, anyway, it's just a sad situation all the way around. And something interesting that was brought up last night to during a different cast, which I was watching Never Enough Ammo's cast last night, and I forget which guy it was on the panel. I think it was that Simple Dan dude or something like that. he was mentioning something because they were discussing balkanization at one point during that stream, and he was saying something about how when you look at America right now, there was something like 15 to 20 smaller republics and stuff like that. And then I was sort of making a joke about the Monroe Republic. For those that don't know about that joke, that's obviously a reference to the show Revolution. I was watching that recently. Dude, that is a good fucking show. I'm really pissed that they canceled it after 2 seasons and left it on a cliffhanger ending. I know they made a comic about it after the fact, but it's like it's the same thing with Jericho, dude. It's not the same when you're putting like the quote unquote third season into a comic book or something like that, or even like Buffy, how it kind of just ended or whatever. And then they're like, oh, but here's like an eighth or ninth season in the fucking comic book form and shit like that. It's like, that's not really a fucking series show, dude. It's you basically making comic books that continue the fucking storyline, is what it is. And again, it's not the same as like an actual TV series and, you know, the characters portraying those characters is what it, or the actors portraying those characters is what it is then. So, but yeah, the thing with Revolution was there was the gist of Revolution, for those that don't know, if they haven't seen that show in the last couple of decades since it existed, you basically had, it was, I believe, the main girl's father and his wife had worked for some company or something like that and created like some kind of crazy nanotech or something like that. And basically what it was is there's like these nanite particles or something, and this is all explained within like the series. And essentially what it is that because those exist in the atmosphere like forever, essentially, they're stopping the entire grid from being able to be accessed, and basically you have no power or energy because of that, is what it is. And you have people that have like these crazy little necklaces and stuff like that in the throughout the series. And if you have those specifically because it has some kind of like code or something written into it, or is what it is, you can actually have a little bit of power through like a laptop or a fucking phone or something else like that, is what it is. So, yeah, pretty interesting in general. But yeah, there's basically, after the grid went down in that show, in that universe, you had a bunch of people that were um, essentially warlords, more or less is the best way to describe it. And they created like different republics and shit throughout the United States, is what it was. And one of them, I forget exactly where the central location of it is, but it's like one of the bigger ones. It's called the Monroe Republic, and it was basically this dude who was a, I believe, like middleman military guy. So it would be like a sergeant or something like that, or like, you know, some like, not like the high dudes, like a captain, or not captain, but like a 4-star general or 3-star general or something like that. It was like one of those dudes that's maybe like, you know, leads a squad or something like that kind of dude or whatever. So it'd be like a captain or a colonel or whatever that maybe. And then yeah, he basically then over the decades recruits a bunch of other people and stuff like that, a bunch of, you know, fighting age males and shit, and then eventually just makes his little republic, is what it is there. And it's interesting because in that series, you know, obviously this is set like, I think 15 years after Grid Down or something like that, or maybe even longer than that, maybe more like 20 years actually. But yeah, you basically have, you know, of course, during that time, you've had all the pretty much all the bullets and stuff like that that could be used up. And, you know, modern handguns are no longer a thing and stuff. So you have people going back to like single shot muskets and shit like that. That's just funny as hell, honestly. And then, of course, it's like people using like, you know, crossbows or bows and arrows and shit. And again, it goes back to one of those situations where, you know, depending on how long something would go for, you know, like I've said before, when it comes to a potential, you know, civil unrest in this country that becomes, you know, either civil war, revolution, or whatever the case be, or a mix thereof. And then maybe there's like some racial wars in the mix there as well, in between them. So it'd be more like tribalism at the time. Um, if you have that last, you know, several years to like a decade or whatever, dude, like, yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of people left when it's all said and done, man. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that would never survive that, dude. And the thing is, like, what's funny is you have people basically doing like wargaming scenarios and stuff like that, where they're like, oh yeah, you know, within, like, it's basically been discussed by like so-called experts and shit like that, where they're like, oh yeah, you know, most grid down scenarios is going to be like, if you survive the first year, you're going to survive pretty much. And it's like, but that's the thing though, you're talking about 12 months of hell, you're talking about 365 days of, you know, pure shit basically you have to go through to get to that point. And like I said, most people ain't going to get to that point, dude. You're going to have, like, especially if you live in a major city right now, dude, like, you're fucking dead man walking, basically, is what it is, dude, because you're never going to make it out of the cities alive. You're going to end up encountering a bunch of gangs or a bunch of cartel related people or something like that is what it's going to be, dude. And they're going to be the ones that are going to be, controlling those places is what it's going to be for the most part. And, maybe they'll have, street block warfare and stuff like that is what it'll be. So in that case, you would, like I've said before, dude, when it comes to that case, though, you would have a bunch of different ones of all races in that situation because you'd have like MS-13 that would be mostly, Latinos from various nations, your El Salvador's, your Nicaragua's, your Venezuela's, your Honduras, et cetera, there. And then you'd have, probably like some black street gangs and stuff like that, maybe a white street gang or two, depending. It all depends, honestly. And, again, depending on the city and stuff like that, hell, there might be a couple of Asian street gangs for that matter, dude, because those do exist, by the way. That nobody ever talks about those, though, because they're, very few and far between is what it is, dude. The same kind of thing with most white street gangs, actually. That I think that would be more or less like, if you were going to be serious about that shit, it would probably be more, you'd have like neighborhood militias of like mostly, white folks is what it would be then. So it would be kind of like, what the hell am I thinking now? There was a video that came out back in 2020. It was, I forget where I saw it at. There was some site that like some leftist people had made or whatever to like show all the different like stuff that was going on in all these different major cities and like different areas and shit like that. When all the violence is going on during the Floyd riots, is what I'll call them best right now. All those riots that were created over that idiot George Floyd is what it was. And you had a whole bunch of streams going on during that were probably like 40, 50 different streams or whatever throughout America. And one of them, I forget which state it was in, if it was like part of California or if it was some other place, but it was like a suburby area and stuff like that. And it was like 2 or 3 chicks in a car that were driving past like something. And they're like, oh my God, look at that boy over there that has a gun. And it was like some like 15, 16-year-old kid that had a shotgun and stuff like that. And it was him and then a couple adult guys that were standing in front of like some gates to the opening of basically a cul-de-sac area is what it was. And they were essentially protecting the block is what it was, dude. They were doing like a no entry into it is what it was, dude. And it was the armed resistance there is what it was. And that's exactly what you'd see in most grid down scenarios like that, dude. You'd have a bunch of people that would come together naturally and be like, no, we're not going to let a bunch of people come in here and take our shit is what it is. We're not going to let a bunch of people come in here and harm our fucking families or whatever it's going to be, dude. It's just like the other video that came out of Antifa trying to go into, it was some other random suburb. I forget which state that was in either. But yeah, it was basically they had gone into some like random cul-de-sac area of some suburb of this country. And mind you, that place in of itself, again, was very, like row house kind of deal there where you had people that had like barely any space between each other and stuff like that. Where, if you have like, Tom and Nancy having a fucking fight in the house at the end of the block, you're going to hear it like 10 houses down at the other end of the block, dude, because they're so close together and stuff like that. And the thing of it is that you had, the hell was I going to say then? Yeah, you had, fuck, now let's try to thought entirely. I'm trying to think what I'm saying now. Row houses. Jesus Christ! Now I can't remember what I was saying. Yeah, that's me being tired. My mind just completely blanked out there. I think it's because I went to something else now that I remembered that from yesterday that I was watching the news there. So, but yeah, you had. Oh yeah, that's what it was. It was Antifa trying to attack these people's neighborhood. So you had a bunch of Antifa people trying to attack some neighborhood there that was like a cul-de-sac area and shit. And you had the people of that area that were having like, it was either a block party or a birthday party for somebody or something that day. And you had them basically push back against Antifa. And this was the everyday people though, man. This wasn't like nobody that was like politically right or it was basically the centristy people or even maybe like the moderate liberals and shit like that, dude, that were like, no, get the fuck out of our fucking area, dude. Like, why the fuck are you even here kind of thing is what it was. And that's the kind of stuff I think you'd see a lot of, especially depending on if the grid goes down in this country or not, is you'd have people that would be like, no, we're not letting anybody in here. We're not letting anybody out of here and stuff like that. There was actually a show that was done on, it was like a 2-hour documentary style movie or something like that. It was done on, I want to say History Channel about 12, 13 years ago, something like that now. And it was essentially sort of exactly what it was like, predictive programming stuff is what I'll call it best, actually, where it was them basically showing like this family that would be like, oh, they survived this pandemic, and oh my God, so many people died in this, and they survived it though, and now they're basically leaving the city of where they lived in and stuff like that for years, and we're going out into like the country area and trying to find their way to like smaller towns and shit. And there was like roadblocks of random guys that were set up there, and they're like, nah, bro, nobody in, nobody out kind of thing. Like, tough luck to you. Like, stay the fuck where you came, like, basically go back where they fucking came from, because you ain't coming through here is what it is. And I feel like it would be like that a lot of times, honestly, dude, in a lot of places. And it would be, you would have random neighborhoods randomly come together and be like, no, you're not coming in here. Like, we don't care if you're some fucking family member or some person that lives in our area or whatever the case be. Like, that's tough shit to you, bro, and stuff like that. Although it could be something like that where where you would have like something where it would be like, okay, if this, like, these 2 or 3 people come to you and are able to, like, say like who they are and where this person lives and everything else like that, it might be a situation like that where you would basically like pat them down and whatnot, and then it would be sort of like a quarantine kind of basis, I guess is what it would be, where it'd be like, okay, you're going to stay here for like a couple days in this area over here or whatever, and we're going to watch you and make sure you don't do anything. And then if you're cool after that, like, let them sort of come, like, integrate into the community after the fact is what it is then. And I think that would happen a lot, honestly, because again, it would be one of those situations where it's people looking out for themselves, and at that point understanding that they would have to be, you know, their own sort of judge, jury, executioner and stuff like that, and would have to take the law into their own hands in a lot of cases, and a lot of those times and stuff like that. It would basically be the modern day version of frontier justice then, in a post grid down world and stuff. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to me though, because going back to what I was saying about the other dude's channel there, it's interesting because a lot of the stories that he talks about and shows and stuff, there was a group that came out recently called Citizens for Sanity that dropped a political ad that almost looked like a mashup of a lot of the stories that dude talked about. So I thought it was kind of funny, but like funny in a sad way, I guess is what I'd say actually best, because it's not like, it's one of those things where it's either you laugh or you cry kind of deal. There's not really any emotion between those two things. So, but yeah, it was funny in a sad way, because it's like, yeah, it looks like every sort of stream you do here, man, just they did a compilation of it or whatever for this little 30-40 second clip then for this political ad then. But yeah, it did seem like it was mostly black criminals and stuff like that for that Citizens for Sanity ad then. And again, it was a lot of the major cities in this country then. So, and I'm not going to sit here and say it's like every major city only that has these issues and stuff like that. You could have some, adjacent areas, some rural areas that aren't like, because that's the big thing, like I said before, dude, when it comes to me, like, my definition of a rural area and somebody else's definition of a rural area could be two totally different things entirely. My definition of a rural area would be, hey, I'm going to go out into the fucking backwoods and buy a piece of property, and there might not be another neighbor within like 10 miles of me, to where if something happened to me or my family or whatever the case be, they might not be able to find us, for a few days or whatever, if we were to be killed or whatever it's going to be there, dude. Whereas some people's rural area would be like, oh yeah, I'm like 20 minutes outside of a fucking major city, and it's a nice, like, it's quiet neighborhood and stuff like that, but it's rural and stuff, dude. It's like, that's not really what rural is though, bro. Like, what you're talking about is essentially like a suburb near a major city. So you're talking about like major city violent crime adjacent is what it is then. But anyway, yeah, it is what it is. And like I said, to me, it's whatever. I felt very, the real problem I have, being autistic and stuff like that, is when somebody asks me a direct question, like out of nowhere like that and stuff, like the chick did on that panel. it's hard for me to answer that kind of question immediately. And that's what I'm saying. Like, because people are like, oh, you can answer the question. It's like, well, why don't you give me a minute to like think so I can actually like, you know, have that. Like, I'm not going to be like right there on it, dude, and be like, oh, yeah, this is what I meant kind of thing. But no, it's going to be like, give me a second and maybe I'll fucking answer the damn question. Because you're talking about like a stream that was at like after midnight and shit, dude. And it's like, yeah, I'm not fully, awake mentally at that point to have like random shit like that be asking me, dude. So it's like, whatever. But anyway, like I said, I think a lot of it was misinterpretation and stuff like that. So this is basically me just trying to clarify my stance on stuff. And yeah, it's a whole thing, man, is what it is. So, you know, they're going to do their thing. I'll do my thing. And it's whatever, bro. So anyway, that being said, us doing our own thing again, we're going to get on to some other talk now and mentioning back to the judge thing. We're going to talk about the Ohio judge that recently made abortion legal again up to 5.5 months of pregnancy to where you can kill a kid in the womb, dude. This is so fucking ridiculous to me, right? How in the fuck are you going to have anyone be allowed to murder a fucking human life, dude, that is viable at that point? And by that I mean specifically, there was a few years ago, I had a cousin that is like, I think he's either a third or a fourth cousin to me. And this kid actually had a story done about him in some various like Catholic newspaper and stuff like that's what it was, because he was basically like a miracle child. This kid was 21 weeks old when he was born prematurely. They did not think he was going to make it. The nurses and doctors told his parents, they were specifically like, oh yeah, the kid's probably only got like maybe like an hour left of his little life is what it is before he would, pass on. But you might as well, try some skin to skin contact with him and have, a few moments with him before he passes is what it is. And sure enough, they did the skin to skin contact with the kid and it worked and he started to thrive. And they put him in the NICU. He was in there for a few months of his life. And now he is a healthy, I believe, 5 or 6 year old child now. And it's like, dude, you cannot sit there and honestly tell me that and the thing is, I've seen it many times before that as well. When you had, one of my best friends in the past, his son was born prematurely. I believe it was 6.5 or 7 months, dude. And that kid is now a healthy fucking kindergarten, first grade child. I forget which year of school he's in now. It's either kindergarten or first grade. But yeah, like, again, you have these kids that they can survive, dude. And you're talking about giving these expectant mothers, if you will, the ability to execute human life at 5.5 months. Are you fucking nuts? Like, are you demonic is the real question. Like, are you a fucking demon in human clothing at that point, dude? Because that's what it feels like, honestly. And again, it goes back to, this is why we need to start disbarring these fucking people, dude, entirely. But yeah, as we're going to read in this article here then. Go ahead and grab this up real quick. You got judge blocks Ohio abortion ban for 14 days. Kettering clinic to continue seeing patients. Said a Hamilton County Common Pleas Court ruling has temporarily blocked Ohio's 6-week abortion ban for the next 14 days until September 28th. This means abortions after 6 weeks can continue in Ohio for now. Says since Ohio's ban on abortions, which is after a fetal heartbeat is detected, the Women's Med Center, aka a Planned Parenthood offshoot, an actual baby killing factory there, in Kettering, has had to send abortion patients to its sister clinic in Indianapolis, Indiana. Or you could, I don't know, actually send them to a pregnancy center where you have pro-life people that work there and have them figure out a way and maybe talk these people into having a fucking kid then, dude, and being like, hey, we can help you with this child. Like, what do you need? Kind of thing. It's not going to be a situation of like, oh no, you just need to take the kid out entirely, dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? It's just disgusting. Anyway, continuing on with this article, though, it said the Women's Med Center. Women's Med Center originally said it would stop abortions on Friday, September 16th, but with the new ruling, it will continue seeing patients again starting as early as this Friday, according to spokesman. For the first week, the clinic will be limiting surgeries to pregnancies 14 weeks and under, according to a spokesman. By the way, 14 weeks is after the first trimester. You're talking about 3.5 months into a child's life, dude. That's fucking disgusting, dude. It's absolutely sickening. Anyway, continuing on with this, though, it said, quote, we will be expanding our services upwards to gestation as we ramp up our medical facility, the spokesman claimed. Fucking demonic pieces of shit, dude. And, of course, stupid cunt Nan Whaley, who's trying to run for governor, jumped in this fucking mix again that Oathbreaking kind of talked about in the last Oathbreakers episode. Had the following to say. It's a Democrat gubernatorial candidate, Nan Whaley, issued a statement on Wednesday after the ruling saying, this is a victory, albeit a temporary one, for Ohio women. Ohio women won't be safe until we have a pro-choice governor who doesn't seek to impose extreme views like government mandate against quote-unquote private health care decisions. First of all, you fucking dumb cunt Nan Whaley, it is not a private healthcare decision when you are literally murdering a fucking child in the womb, you fucking demon cunt. Seriously, bro. At what point do we start having automatic disqualification of power in this country, dude? From even running for office. Sorry. Talking about killing kids in the womb, dumb bitch, as a fucking political platform. You're gone from the fucking race, you dumb whore. Anyway, stupid bitch Nan Whaley continued on and said, Cheryl Stevens and I won't stop until this fundamental right is restored to Ohio women for good. Again, Nan Whaley, you have no fucking constitutional right to execute a child in the womb, you dumb fucking cunt demon. Anyway, continuing on with this, though, it said temporary restraining order was filed by the shocker ACLU of Ohio, which is tied to George Soros. I'd like to point that one out. It said ACLU has issued the following statement. We're grateful that for now, Ohioans can once again widely access abortion care in their own state. This is just the first step. We've already seen the devastating impact of Senate Bill 23 has had on people seeking abortions in Ohio. State lawmakers will stop at nothing to again try to permanently restrict our reproductive rights. Again, it's not a reproductive right to execute human life in the fucking womb, people. You honestly cannot tell me, dude, that this shit is not by design at this point. That the shit that they are pulling against us is not by design, dude. Where they are killing and continuing to attempt to kill off American citizens, next generation, while importing people who are totally on board with fucking socialism and communism, dude. Fuck that shit. Seriously. Anyway, continuing on with the retarded ass statement from the fucking ACLU here. They continued on and claimed about state lawmakers said their cruelty knows no bounds. No, I would say the cruelty of you fuckers literally killing kids in the womb knows no bounds, you sick fucks. Anyway, these dickheads continued on and said, we remain intensely committed to defending against any and all attempts to limit Ohioans' constitutional rights to access the full range of reproductive health care in their home state. First of all, again, you do not have a constitutional right to end human life, people. What you have actually, if you stupid fucking illiterate fucks actually read the U.S. Constitution, you would actually see the very beginning of it where it talks about life, liberty, property. You can't have liberty or property without having life, jackasses. Again, the founding fathers are some of the smartest people ever born, dude. Because they understood you can't have a country where you don't have future generations being born, man. Fuck. Anyway, continuing back on with this article, though. Let's go ahead and pop this back up now. Said pro-life organization Ohio Right to Life issued a statement on the ruling as well. Said, quote, by forum shopping, abortion activists temporarily got what they wanted, which is the ability to abort children with a beating heart. Nowhere in the Ohio Constitution or anywhere in the Ohio Revised Code will any Ohioan find supporting evidence that Ohio's current heartbeat law is anything other than a good law. Let's see, other than a good law which saves lives. We are more than confident that the heartbeat law will be back into effect relatively soon. Further, we can assure Pro-Life Ohio that in the near future, Ohio will become abortion-free regardless of which local judge ruled today. We will prevail. Good for them, and I hope that's the case, dude. Because like I said, it's absolute bullshit entirely. And what they really mean when they said forum shopping, they really mean judge shopping at that point, dude. It's the same bullshit, by the way, that fucking Michael Bloomberg or other anti-gun fucksticks pull whenever they're looking for somebody, dude. They'll basically find some leftist fucking Obama appointee, usually, that is a liberal-ass judge or some Democrat judge or whatever it is, dude. And in this case, it was a common pleas court judge in Hamilton County that shouldn't have a fucking license to practice anymore at this point, dude, because you should have already been disbarred on the fucking spot over this shit, dude. You have these cocksucker fucking piece of shit judges, dude, that have no legal right to be ruling on shit like this, that are literally now allowing children at 5.5 months in the womb to be executed, dude, and aren't being brought up on mass genocide charges. Seriously. Do people not understand? This shit is crimes against humanity, dude. It's fucking insane. It is fucking psychotic. It just blows me away. It really does. And this is exactly what the network is here to discuss and what we're here to stop in the future, dude, is shit like this from becoming a thing again. And what's even more disgusting is you have pieces of shit like Nan Whaley being like, oh, this is a victory. It's a temporary victory, but it's a victory nonetheless. No, it's not. It's you and your fucking demon ilk cunt going out there and fucking being like, oh, let's find the most hardcore sick fuck that wants to keep killing kids in the womb and be a fucking judge at the same time, and let's have them fucking rule on some bullshit ass ruling. Or you could, I don't know, have some other three-panel of court judges be like, no, fuck you. This is a higher court now. Your bullshit fucking ruling for the next 2 weeks is null and void, fuckers. Stop killing kids. Like, honestly, I swear to God, we're heading for the purge at this point, dude. And I think, honestly, when you look at Chicago in the last few days, and specifically the state of Illinois now, for those that aren't paying attention there, you had J.B. Fitzner introduce some bullshit-ass legislation there. Or not introduced. It was basically the General Assembly introduced it, and he ended up signing the law the other day after it was passed through their assembly is what it was. Which, by the way, their General Assembly, I believe, is either supermajority Democrat or it's like heavily Democrat is what it is. So they have enough votes to basically, ram shit through, essentially is what it is. And along party lines, by the way, it's sort of the same thing here in Ohio, on the opposite side of things, where it's, you have enough Republicans, if they wanted to get off their fucking lazy asses and do something, they could actually basically have veto-proof majority is what it is then. And so basically what you had there in Illinois was you had this piece of legislation that came through. I forget exactly what the actual title of it was. It was like an HB kind of thing, or if it was like an SB kind of thing, whatever, for like House bill, Senate bill, whatever. But basically, it now legalizes second-degree murder and a whole bunch of other shit in the state of Illinois. Up to and including, you can no longer have businesses trespass people from their businesses that are being violent and rowdy and shit like that. And it's like, bro, like, at what point does shit just break? And I've said this before in Rumblequakes and stuff, like, you have that pendulum swinging back and forth every so often and stuff like that, dude. It's like, at what point does the next pendulum swing come? And because the pendulum has been hit so much at the top and stuff, does it just snap and go flying everywhere, dude? And I think that's what we're heading for right now in this country, dude. I believe truthfully We are heading for that time where you see the pendulum swing back and it just snaps mid swing is what it's going to be, dude. And the thing of that is, you're going to have some real bad fallout if that happens, dude. And it's going to be like, there was actually a book, I believe is what it was, called The Fourth Turning. I think that's what it's called. I've heard it from a few people that have said it before, and it was like apparently the book that they read, and they said it was a good read or whatever. And it essentially, the gist of the book apparently is about how it's like every 80 years or so, give or take, you have like the cycle of stuff where it's sort of like the, you know, strong men create good times create weak men create hard times create strong men, kind of, circle turn stuff and stuff like that. And that's exactly what we're experiencing again right now, dude. Is you've had, I heard another recent analogy of people saying something about how it's like the lions went to sleep and let the foxes take over. And it's kind of like that as well. You've had, the people who should be, like the lions essentially in power, and they've sort of gone, done their thing or whatever, maybe got the kill, the zebra kill or whatever it was, dude, taking their, fill of it and gone to take a, nap from the FOMA of all the food that they ate, really is what it is, dude. And during that time, you had the foxes come in there, or in that case, I guess it would technically be like the hyenas, if you will. And, you had them come in there and start doing their bone crunching stuff with what was left of the carcass, is what it is, dude. And that's exactly what America is in a nutshell right now. We are the fucking carcass of the zebra, and you have the hyenas basically chomping on us right now, dude. And unfortunately, when it's not the lions there to, take back their kill, you have a situation of, this is where you start having that pendulum snap. This is where you start having that balkanization talk. And I believe truthfully, by the time it's all said and done, and I don't know if it's going to be a few months from now, I don't know if it's going to be a year from now, when it's going to be. I think it's going to be soon. You're going to see this country fracture, and it's going to be a bad day when it does. It's going to be a real bad day when it does. And I don't think all of us are going to survive it. And I hate to say that, dude, but I think that's the truth. And my thing right now is, I don't even think I'm going to survive when it's all said and done, dude. Like, because I've extrapolated stuff right now, and with the way my health is and everything else like that, you would have to have this shit be over in like a few weeks to maybe a month or two. Outside of that, I'm done for real. And I think a lot of other people are in the same kind of place that I am, dude. Where it's like, you might have enough food or whatever for, a year or 2 years, or whatever the case be, but it's like, how secure is your location where you're at and stuff like that? Or are you going to move locations to a second location? How secure is that place? And yeah, I think there's a lot of people in our society that just, going back to the major city thing, I think there's a lot of people who don't have skill sets, is what it is, dude. There's some people that have like I'll say it like this, really. There are people in our society that will survive because of like street skills and stuff like that, dude, or street smarts, if you will. And they will tend to be, these warlords or whatever the case be of like what used to be a major city or whatever the case be, dude. Or in that, there was that one series that Hollywood did a while ago that was based on the comic of the same name, but it was a shit series, is what it was. It's called DMZ. And it was talking about demilitarized zones and stuff like that. And it was basically, the book itself was interesting because, or the graphic novel that was based on was interesting because I was reading into it. And basically what it was talking about was, you had a grassroots movement of essentially constitutionalism that started in, I think it was like Montana or something like that. And it just decided like, hey, we're not going to put up with the Democrat fucking government anymore, dude. Or the establishment government for that matter at all is what it is, dude. Democrat, Rhino, etc. And they were essentially fighting back against tyrannical government at that point. And you had, I believe it came up all the way to like through Ohio and then to like parts of New York and stuff like that. And then eventually that's where like the demilitarized zone happened, was like some part of like Manhattan or some shit. And the thing of it is like, yeah, you had like these, I forget what they called them in that book, but it was essentially like the, like Commonwealth of America Army or something like that is what it was, dude. Like, that's the best way to describe it. I forget exactly what the actual thing, it was something else. It was called something else, but like, Like that's what it was. It was like the Free Armies of America or something like that is what they would call themselves or some shit. And yeah, it was interesting. And like I said, I think that's kind of what we're heading to right now, honestly, dude, is something like that where you just have people finally be like, you know what, fuck it, I've had enough of this shit. And finally just sort of take the law into their own hands is what's going to be, dude. And, you know, the more and more people that you have experiencing, you know, just insane tyrannical government overreach, the more likelihood you're just creating future patriots in this country, dude. The more likelihood that you're creating groups of people independently that are just sick and tired of tyranny is what it is, dude. And we saw that recently, actually. There was a woman, I forget what state it was in, but she was talking about basically being woken out of a dead sleep in the early morning hours to multiple FBI agents on her front door and stuff like that because you had some piece of shit falsely claim that she was at the January 6th events and stuff like that, dude. And it was basically because she was supporting Trump on places like Facebook and shit. And it's like, again, you're talking about government tyranny and just complete and total psychotic government overreach. And I forget who it was that said something about that. And because I was part of a panel recently in the last few days here, is what it was, like over the weekend time. And I forget who it was in that panel that said it. And it was like, yeah, you know what shit like the person was like, you know what shit like that does? It basically leads to like deadly force encounters, is what it was, dude. Because, you know, because who's to say that they, you know, even got to the right house is what it was, dude. They could have shown up on the wrong house's doorstep. And yeah, there's a dude or a pissed off woman at the other end of the door or something like that, dude. That's, you know, in some rural area, whatever the case being, is like, get the fuck off my door, bitch. Like, get the fuck off my property, motherfucker. Like, while holding a shotgun or something like that. And then it's like, you know, again, deadly force encounter because, of course, the feds are going to pull their own guns in retaliation on that one. And yeah, it's going to be a whole fucking shit show, dude. And somebody brought up the fact that it could have been like Waco 2.0 kind of thing or whatever the case being. It's very true, honestly, you know? So I don't know, man. It's just like where we're heading is a bad place, I think, unfortunately. And you know, I'm not for the status quo right now, personally. I'd much rather have us become a country again to where our founding principles were supposed to be, dude. To where it was like, hey, you know, respect the Bill of Rights, respect people's free speech, respect people's right to keep and bear arms, all that stuff like that. And you know, let them live free, basically. Stop taxing them to death. Stop fucking forcing them to have a license to do anything and stuff like that, dude. Well, not anything, but like, you know, like you shouldn't have to have a fishing license to go fishing. You shouldn't have to have a hunting license to go hunting, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, again, like how much freer, you know, 60, 70, 80 years ago was this country than it is today, man. I mean, hell, you look at, what was it, like 90 something years ago now almost? You know, pre the National Firearms Act 1934, dude, 88 years ago, you had people have the ability to walk into a gun store and buy full auto machine guns and walk out with them. And it should be the same thing nowadays, you know? And like I've mentioned many, many times, man, it shouldn't just be that either. Like the entire point of the Second Amendment was the right to keep and bear arms, dude. It wasn't just firearms. It was anything the military could have, American citizens should have the ability to have, man. Whether that be grenades or RPGs or F-15 fighter jets or tanks or, you know, MRAPs with fucking machine guns on top, or what do you call them? 50 cals on top of them, or not MRAPs. Humvees with 50 cals on top of them, et cetera, dude. You know, you should be able to have all that shit. Or if I want to buy a fucking MRAP, I should be able to buy a fucking MRAP for the money, dude. You know, it's ridiculous for us as a nation to not have that ability right now, dude. Now, granted, am I going to sit here and say that like you should have like every citizen being able to have like hand grenades and shit, dude? Fuck no. You know how much insanity that would happen, dude? You would have crazy motherfuckers running around having hand grenade fights all the time, dude. Seriously. That would just be insane. But the entire point I'm trying to make is, yeah, if you have enough money to buy some shit, you should be able to buy some shit, you know? And again, it might be a situation where it's like, in that kind of case, it would be like, oh, it's this much money or whatever the case be. And then you just have it be like, special order kind of thing or something like that. That would be the case then, dude. So, but yeah, the government regulation that we've seen right now in the last 21 years since 9/11, the fact that they had the fucking Patriot Act being discussed behind closed doors since 1995, 6 years before it was introduced. And it was basically backdoor deals with Biden when he was a senator and Pelosi and shit like that, dude. It's like, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's just like the same thing with the assault weapons ban in 1994, by the way. That shit was behind closed doors for years before that, dude. You had California, I think it was back in like 1989 or 1990, introduced their own version and stuff like that. And it was because some dude went on some rampage or something like that, killing like 5 or 10 people with, I forget what kind of gun it was, but it had like Hellfire triggers or something like that in it. And then they were like, oh my God, you got to ban all the things now. And then it was like a few years later, you know, what happens in California happened at a nationwide level then. And that's the problem right now. And again, it goes back to something I mentioned many times, dude. When you have 55 jackasses from California representing Senate and Congress right now, that is way too many fucking people. You got 2 senators and you got 53 dipshits in the House that represent California, dude. There is no fucking need for that. Especially when you look at, like, I think it's about 4/5 of them are Democrats, dude. Fuck that shit. When you have Pelosi and fucking Maxine Waters, who don't even live in their congressional districts, representing some fucking area there and being able to maintain power in Congress, fuck that, dude. There really needs to be a law, like, seriously, if there was one thing I would put specifically in the 20th Amendment of the Constitution, besides like term limits, auto DQ, stuff like that, it would be something where it's like, you must live in your congressional district to be able to run for elected office there at a federal level. And if you don't, then get the fuck out, is what it is, dude. You're disqualified from the running entirely. Because that's the problem with Pelosi and Maxine Waters, dude, is with Nancy Pelosi and Maxine Waters specifically, I believe her district is like middle of Compton is what it is. She lives like 40, 50 miles away in some gated community there, some fucking mega mansion is what it is. And it's the same thing with Pelosi, dude. Her district is San Francisco area, like main, city there. And she lives in some gated community like, 50, 100 miles away or something like that, dude. And it's like, bro, how in the fuck are you still sitting Congresswoman after that? No, get the fuck out. You're DQ'd from office, dude. It's as simple as that, honestly. So, yeah, it's just very fucking frustrating, everything else like that, dude. And like I said, it just bothers me so much, dude. It really, really does, honestly. But, yeah, anyway, we did say we're going to talk about two-way stuff as well on this one. There is a photo that I wanted to show you guys. This is something when I was on Twitter the other day, and they were talking about, people were talking about Rittenhouse and shit like that day, and I think it was some other stuff as well. This is interesting, when you look at Twitter and stuff every so often, you'll see the hashtag guns pop up as one of the trending things on there. And sometimes it's people being like anti-gunners and stuff like that, trying to use the hashtag and being like, oh yeah, guns are the worst thing ever, and oh my God, criminals, and oh my God, everybody can't be armed. Like, it's a bunch of shit, really, is what it is, dude. It's basically the liberal mindset is what it is, and it's people that are just insane to begin with, that don't understand, like, there is a difference between a criminal, a cop, and an armed citizen, dude. The big differences are you have a criminal who doesn't give a shit about the law. You have a cop who has qualified immunity if they were to get in a deadly force encounter. And then you have an armed citizen who is the one that most likely most of the time is going to stop a mass murdering event, whether it be a fucking mall shooting or an elementary school shooting, wherever it's going to be, dude, because they're going to be the ones that are there, boots on the ground, first responders, able to confront the potential attacker to begin with and be able to fire off rounds at that person as early as possible. It's just like that Eli kid who, stopped the massacre there in the mall in Indiana here the last couple months is what it was, dude. If it wasn't for Indiana having constitutional carry in place like 2-3 days before that, I think it's when that went into place, honestly, because it was on I believe it was either a Saturday or Sunday when that deadly force encounter happened there. And you had him having the ability to be constitutionally carrying from the law going into effect like 3 or 4 days before that's what it was, dude. So it was either like that, like Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that, Thursday, when it went into place, and then the actual him stopping that massacre happened on like Saturday or Sunday. And honestly, I'll tell you what, man, that dude, holy shit. You want to talk about like firearms proficiency versus most officers in this country, dude? That dude, like, I saw the shit that people put up with the, it was like the scenario thing or whatever of how far away that kid was shooting, dude. And then, of course, like, over, like, that's the thing. People were saying about him, like, being next to a pillar or something like that, like bracing himself on the pillar to mitigate the recoil and stuff from the handgun and shit. And being able to then, get a few shots on target is what it was. But then he was also, as far as I'm aware, from every story I heard about that, was he was actually closing distance on the gunman then too, is what it was, dude. So he was continuing to like, we fired the first couple shots at him from the, pillar area and stuff like that. But then from my understanding, he was continuing to like basically run and gun against the guy is what it was. And eventually like shot him to death in self-defense right before the guy was about to hit the bathrooms again. So anyway, but yeah, it's a crazy story, man. But it's again one of these kind of stories where it's like, yeah, and people talk about like, oh, but you need to be the most fucking badass cop and have the ability to be able to do stuff every fucking time, or whatever the case be. And it's like, well, first of all, most law enforcement in this country are not Billy badasses, dude. Let's fucking talk about that to begin with. Most of these guys that, and gals for that matter, that are police officers in this country or sheriff's deputies or whatever it is, only do yearly certification stuff with their actual duty weapon, dude. Their actual patrolman's pistol or whatever it's going to be there, whatever the hell you want to call it, or patrolman's rifle for that matter is what it is, dude. Most of them don't go to the range outside of that, dude. Like, now granted, there are the exceptions that do, or that maybe they have like a backyard range or something like that where they, on a regular basis, tend to, keep muscle memory going and be able to, shoot on a regular basis and stuff like that just to keep proficient with their firearm and stuff. But yeah, for the majority of cops, though, that's not an option, dude. Whether it be they're working, long ass shifts and stuff like that, or whether it be something where they just don't give a fuck to actually go to the range after they get off work, or, have their day off or whatever the case be. So they end up having a lot less experience than someone who does go to the range on a regular basis, or who does have their own range in their backyard or whatever it is, dude. Or, in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, for that matter, you have that dude who went to a range a few times with his buddy, and it was like some random like quarry area or whatever the case be, where they shot guns a few times there is what it was, including the rifle that Kyle used in his, deadly force encounter there in Kenosha. And yeah, it's because that's how he was able to basically be proficient in that firearm, dude. Which, now granted, that being said, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to shoot a gun, dude. You can easily fire off firearms for the first time and probably be pretty accurate, especially if you're talking about long guns versus handguns and stuff, dude. I can tell you firsthand, I am much better with long guns than I am with handguns, and it's mostly due to the fact that you have multiple points of contact on that long weapon, whether it be a rifle or whether it be a shotgun or whatever the case be, versus a handgun where, you think you're shooting center mass, or you think you're shooting, center, and you might be shooting like high and left, or you might be shooting like low and right, or you might be shooting, left of center or something like that is what it is, dude. And hell, you might end up thinking you're shooting like center mass and you end up shooting directly in the throat or something a bunch of times, which, by the way, did happen to me several times when I was out shooting guns. And this was when I was practicing with stuff like 22s and shit like that, where I thought I was shooting center mass and I was literally shooting basically neckline is what it was. And it's like, well, if you get 16 shots on target, like, it might be a bad day for whoever that is, dude. So you never know, man. But anyway, it's a whole thing though. But yeah, it is what it is, man. The entire point I'm trying to make though is it's a whole situation there where you don't really need to be super proficient with stuff, or you can have like some proficiency with stuff and you can still be on target is what it is. And that basically brings us up to a photo I want to show right now, which is one of the things I found when I was on Twitter the other day when people were talking about guns and stuff. And I want to show this dude's loadout is what it is. So, first of all, one thing I thought was interesting was the mask ear protection set up there on the table, which had apparently a little sticker on it that says, if I can put up here, Team America, fuck yeah. That actual setup right there reminded me very much of something that I think it was one of the guys that was with NFAC that time was wearing, to where you couldn't tell like what they looked like underneath is what it was. Another thing I thought was interesting was the those yellow things on the shelf there. I'm not sure if those are those canister things that can shoot like 50 rounds of 22 at once or not. But yeah, I thought this dude said it was pretty interesting though, because of course you have like that stuff there, and then you got, you know, above it you have some magazines there, and then you got a bunch of free flowing ammo and looks like clips almost, and then you got a bunch of other magazines on top there. And then going over to the guns behind there, obviously the bottom one there, right above the helmet, is a scar of some kind, which, you know, somebody mentioned something to me with the scars about it being like an Ugg boot or something like that is what it looked like I had on the back of it. And ever since I've seen that, I cannot unsee that. And what's even funnier is then you have the high tower armory chassis for the high point carbines, and that thing kind of looks like a really ghetto ass version of Scars, and it basically looks like somebody that has like a walking cast on. So, but yeah, that's just funny, I think, anyway. And what I'm talking about, obviously, for those who don't know about it, is like the bullpup um, high tower armory chassis for high point carbines. So, but yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. And then, of course, above that, you have, this is one thing I thought was weird, though, is that this dude, which I can assume was like ex-military probably, has like a bunch of cloth around like the scopes and stuff of his rifles. Like there's something on the scar specifically at the shit. Sorry, I'm fucking mouse is going all stupid right now. Yeah, if I can zoom in on the scar a little bit better there. Yeah, it's like right in front of the actual thing there. It looks like almost like a piece of rope or something, and then there's like a weird little thing behind the EOTech red dot or whatever that is there. And then of course you have the other rifle above it, which I think is some kind of 308, and that's what has all the weird like little, it almost looks like a camo kind of fucking setup and stuff like that, which I can only assume is like a sniper setup if that be the case then. Or actually that might be a bolt action 50 cal. I'm looking at it from that particular magazine. No, actually that probably is a 308 now I'm thinking about it. I can't tell. It's hard to tell. Again, I'm not a huge gun guy when it comes to shit like that, whether it be like 308 or 50 cal or whatever the case be. Or actually that might be a 338 Lapua now I'm thinking about it. I don't know. It's like specifically though, you look at how much money is in these guns though. And actually now that I'm looking at that, the red things on there are like hooks to hold those in place is what it is. But yeah, so you have, you know, the scar that's like anywhere from like $2,500 to $3,000. You got this other rifle on top of it that's like several $1,000s. Then you got what appears to be above that. Sorry, I gotta zoom back out. You got some kind of a Glock configuration, it looks like, or maybe not a Glock or something. Then you got a AR-15 of some sort, in obviously like desert camo, with what appears to be a rattle can suppressor on the front of it. And on the corner above that, you have some kind of a 1911 configuration. And then on the other end, on the left there, you got a Chris Vector, which is several $1,000s. And then on top of all those things, you have what looks like a Mossberg shotgun of some kind. It has a cool little side saddle there, like 4 shells in it. That's pretty interesting. Looks like probably a shockwave maybe from that configuration of it. Honestly, I don't know about anybody else, dude. I've never been a fan of the Chris Vectors. This black one right here, on the left there. Mostly it's just because, like, well, actually, I'm trying to even think, is that, like, how they have that set up, is that even legal without a tax stamp and stuff? Because you look at how it has the, the second point of contact there with the forward grip and stuff like that, where in reality that should be something like, going down to that first scar where it has the angled foregrip and stuff like that. That kind of thing right there should probably be on that Chris Vector if it's going to be anything. Because yeah, with that like bottle style forward grip there, I think that's technically now considered a short barrel something or other is what it is, dude. Or like a AOW or some shit like that, especially with that brace on it. So I don't know. I could be wrong about that one, but knowing like ATF rules and shit like that, and like ATF fucking ass clownery is what it is. That's probably what they would claim that is, honestly, dude. So no, but the fact is, like, knowing that the other gun next to it, the AR-15 there, has a which probably could potentially be like either a full auto or 3-round burst AR actually, because they obviously have a can for it, which would be a tax stamp in of itself there. So yeah, it's just interesting though. So I wouldn't be surprised if they had a tax stamp for this and a tax stamp for that Chris Vector then for the second forward grip on it there. But yeah, and then actually looking at that sniper rifle, scout rifle there, the front of that almost looks like it could have a suppressor of some kind on it as well there, dude. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised by it. That's the one thing I notice with a lot of people too that have like a lot of money and shit. Like they'll have like a smaller amount of guns that cost like a ton of money each, and then they'll have like a suppressor for this and a suppressor for that kind of thing is what it is. And the biggest issue I have with those kind of people, especially in the Second Amendment community in general, is all they're doing is justifying the NFA as being a legitimate fucking thing now, where it never was and never should be. And it's like, yeah, dude, do people think I don't want suppressors for my weapons too? Fuck yeah, I do. Am I going to pay fucking $200 tax stamps a piece for them? Fuck no, because again, you shouldn't have to pay a dime for that kind of stuff, because it should, especially with suppressors and fucking, silencers and stuff like that, it should be considered a common use thing for a hearing protection of the American citizens is what it is, dude. And not a thing like that. And it's the same thing with everything else, dude, like an SBR and shit like that, or an SBS or whatever the case be. When you look at things like a Mossberg Shockwave or a fucking, AR pistol and stuff like that, you're basically talking about a short-barreled shotgun in the Shockwave, and you're talking about a short-barreled rifle and an AR pistol is what it is, dude. That has braces and stuff like that on them. And that's why the ATF can honestly go fuck itself with what they're trying to do right now with the shit, dude, because of course those fuckers are now trying to basically be like, oh, everybody can get a free fucking tax stamp now as long as you show us that you have a fucking AR pistol with a brace on it and register the shit. It's like, no, go fuck yourself, Fed boys. Nobody needs to register shit on that, by the way. If you do, you're a moron, dude. It's a giant fucking trap right now. It's a trap, bro. It seriously is, honestly. They're trying to do is basically make a gun roster / registry so they can come confiscate your shit later on. And by the way, I'd like to point something out that I heard recently, which is if you actually have tax stamps and stuff like that, dude, you no longer have Fourth Amendment rights of illegal search and seizures, dude. The ATF, FBI, DOJ, etc. can walk right through your fucking front door whenever they feel like it. So why even fucking have it, dude? It's bullshit. No, fuck that. Now, granted, if you already have these fucking tax stamps and shit like that, yeah, by all means, go ahead and make a fucking SBR or something like that, dude. Throw a fucking stock on it then if that be the case, and get your free fucking stamp that way because you're already fucked anyway because you're an idiot. But if you don't, dude, if you haven't gone down that road, don't do it. File the lawsuits. Go to FPC. Go to GOA. Go to any gun organization that gives a shit about your constitutional rights and become their fucking plaintiffs versus the ATF versus the fucking federal government, and stop the tyranny in its fucking tracks, bro. Seriously. Because that's what we should all be doing right now. We should all be like, no, fuck all this bullshit, dude. It's time to have everything on the fucking table again. It's time to have our constitutional rights back to square one where they should have always been since 1776. No infringements by the government. No fucking government overreach. Go fuck yourself, federal government. Go fuck yourself, state governments that want to infringe on people's constitutional rights, etc., and pass all kinds of retarded bullshit like bail reform and fucking like purge style fucking shit like Illinois did with the fucking, allowing second-degree murderers to go back on the streets and fucking people to basically have a purge there is what it is legally come the new year and stuff. And it's like, yeah, these people are fucking psychotic, dude. They're lemmings literally running off the fucking cliff, and they're the first ones in the fucking line that are taking the rest of the fucking people with them is what it is, dude. And I don't know about the rest of you, dude, but I'm not a fucking lemming trying to run off a cliff right now, dude. I would be the guy that would be like, nah, bro, stop, go the other way. Create some kind of a ramp or something like that and have it be like a U-turn kind of thing backwards, and they start running the other direction, though, if that be the case, then, save as many as you can kind of thing is what it is, dude. But anyway, we've gone more than an hour now. I got some stuff I got to do before I go to sleep. Hopefully my things are still active right now. I had some gaming stuff I was doing, and it had like a short amount of time left on it, and the game decided to go into maintenance mode now, and hopefully that should be over by now, but who the hell knows. Yeah, hopefully it's over and I can still have the ability to go in there and do what I need to finish and stuff, because if not, then I'm kind of screwed. But in the long run, it is what it is, but it does suck because then specifically when it's counting points and stuff like that you can't get now, and it fucks you over like that, like, yeah, not fun, man. But anyway, like I said, we are living in a precipice in this country's history right now where you're going to see a lot of bad shit happen in very quick succession, and I think a lot of people are not going to see it coming, and I think a lot of people are going to be very unprepared for when it happens, dude. I mean, hell, the mainstream media finally talking about the railway strike here in the last few days. For those that haven't heard about that, by the way, it's supposed to be, I think, Friday is when you basically have the entire railway, like pretty much all railroad workers and unions and stuff like that, deciding to basically strike right now. And a lot of people said they thought it was overpay, but apparently it's not overpay. What it is working conditions, because they're basically working these guys to death and doing double and triple shifts on them because they can't find people, is what it is. And so you basically have, the fuckery and the cuckery from 2020 all over again now. And this is basically the fallout of a bunch of fucking dumbasses shutting down our country for an entire fucking year and a half. And, forcing us to go into a stopgap mode kind of thing is what it is, dude. To where you now have supply chain backups like fucking crazy, and nobody can get what they can get. And now you got people being like, oh, let's go ahead and exacerbate that shit because they're treating us unfairly. And by the way, I'd like to point something out too. There was actually, back in the day, I'm going to go find it here real quick now that I'm thinking about it. One of the insurrections throughout American history, back in, I believe it was the 1800s, was actually a railway strike. And it was settled very violently. So let me go ahead and grab that real quick for the Insurrection Act of 1807 here. So let's see here now. Let's see. Nat Turner Rebellion, American Civil War, suppression of KKK, 1872 Louisiana gubernatorial election, Brooks Baxter. Here we go. Railway strike. Great Railroad Strike of 1877 is the one I'm talking about right here. Let me go ahead and do a screen share on this. So, yeah, it would be this one right here. The Great Railway Strike of 1877, sometimes referred to as the Great Upheaval, began on July 14th in Martinsburg, West Virginia, after the Baltimore and Ohio railroads cut wages for the third time in a year. This strike finally ended some 69 days later, after it was unofficially shut down by Rutherford B. Hayes, who was president at the time, basically declaring Insurrection Act there. So when you look, it's interesting though when you look at that of Rutherford B. Hayes's Insurrection Act declarations there, it was like 4 different places, but it was all like one act basically, because you had July 18th 1877, July 24th 1877, July 25th 1877, and July 26th 1877. The first one was Martinsburg, West Virginia, and going to the thing for the was it state requested was a yes on that one. So that was the 18th. The second one on the 24th in St. Louis, Missouri was not state requested. The one on the 25th was state requested in various cities throughout Indiana. And the one on the 26th that was various cities throughout Pennsylvania was also requested by the state of Pennsylvania then. And yeah, like I said, then you had that be the railway strike. And then, of course, it was a few years later, or actually not a few years later, less than a year later, or no, about 15 months after that is when you had the Lincoln County War with Billy the Kid and stuff. So, and that was also Rutherford B. Hayes that did that one as well. So, and then of course the next one after that was back on July 7th, 1894 by Grover Cleveland, which was the Pullman strike. Was two interrelated strikes in 1894 that shaped national labor policy in the United States during a period of deep economic depression. First came a strike by the American Railway Union against the Pullman factory in Chicago in the spring of 1874, and it goes on from there. But yeah, so basically, like I said, you've had railway strikes in the past in this country, dude, and both of them led to insurrection acts of all things. So would it really would people really put it past Biden and company to declare insurrection pretty soon, dude? I sure as fuck wouldn't be surprised by it. And the scary fucking fact of that is, dude, is again, October surprise in September. Guess what? We don't have November elections now. That's what scares the shit out of me right now, dude, is these fuckers taking every last gasp of, the death rattle that they can basically at this point, because I know they're going to lose re-elections and stuff, and are just going to try to seize power by every means necessary right now, dude. And what better to do it than to declare insurrection acts? I would not be surprised in the least by it, dude. Would not be surprised in the least by it at all. So, anyway, we are going to go ahead and read about that Pullman strike, though. I do want to discuss that a little bit. Then, of course, you had the after that in 1914, you had the Colorado Coalfield War, which was a major labor uprising in the southern and coastal Colorado Front Range between September 1913 and December 1914. Striking began in the summer of 1913, organized by the United Mine Workers of America against the Rockefeller-owned Colorado Fuel. Mind you, Rockefellers are the Bilderberg Group people. They're one of the families in that group. So, yeah, not surprising, dude. I think, actually, if I'm not mistaken, going back to that Colorado Coalfield War, I believe that one specifically is one of the ones that they talk about in the Men That Built America series, because that was back when you had the Pinkertons become widely known, because they basically opened fire on these miners and stuff like that. That's what it was, dude. So, yeah, again, people don't want to talk about it, dude. American history is violent as fuck, dude. You've had rebellions throughout this entire country's history for the past 240 some odd years now, dude. So anybody that wants to sit there and say we're not going to have another one at some point in the future, dude, is kidding themselves. Seriously. But, yeah, anyway, going on to read about the Pullman strike there. If I can pull this up real quick. Go ahead and screen share that again now. To apparently the one guy that's watching right now. I think I know who it is, but I'm not sure. Click that out of there. Yeah, so the Pullman strike was interrelated strikes in 1894. Shaped national labor policy in the United States during a period of deep economic depression. First came a strike by the American Railway Union, or ARU, against the Pullman factory in Chicago in spring of 1894. When it failed, the ARU launched a national boycott against all trains and carried Pullman passenger cars. The nationwide railroad boycott that lasted from May 11th to July 20th, 1894, was a turning point for U.S. labor law. It pitted the American Railway Union against the Pullman Company, the main railroads, the main labor unions, and the federal government of the United States under then President Grover Cleveland. The strike and boycott shut down much of the nation's freight and passenger traffic west of Detroit, Michigan. The conflict began in Chicago on May 11th when nearly 4,000 factory workers of the Pullman Company began a wildcat strike in response to recent reduction in their wages. Most of the factory workers who built Pullman cars lived in the quote company town of Pullman just outside Chicago. It was designed as a model community by its namesake founder and owner George Pullman. As the Panic of 1893 weakened much of the economy, what did they say on that one for 1893? Yeah, let's see. Panic of 1893 was an economic depression in the United States that began in 1893 and ended in 1897, deeply affected every sector of the economy and produced political upheaval that led to the presidential realignment in 1896 of President William McKinley. So, interesting. Let's see. Going back to that though, it said, yeah, Panic of 1893 weakened much of the economy. Railroad companies ceased producing new passenger cars made by Pullman. When the company laid off workers and lowered wages, it did not reduce rents, and the workers called for a strike. So yeah, you basically have these people living in your fucking created town, and you're like, oh, by the way, we're gonna cut your wages to $1.50 a day, and you still owe us $2 for rent. Yeah, go fuck yourself, dude. Like, seriously. Like, that's a bunch of shit, man. For real. But anyway, continuing on with this, though, it said, yeah, it said among the reasons the strike, for the strike were the absence of democracy within the town of Pullman and its policies, the rigid pastoralactic control of the workers by the company, excessive water and gas rents, and a refusal by the company to allow workers to buy and own their own homes. They had also not yet formed a union, founded in 1893 by Eugene versus Debs. The American Railway Union was an organization of railroad workers. Said Debs brought in ARU organizers to Pullman and signed up as many of the disgruntled factory workers. When the Pullman Company refused recognition of the ARU or any negotiations, ARU called a strike against the factory, but it showed no sign of success. To win the strike, Debs decided to stop the movement of Pullman cars on the railroads. The over the rail Pullman employees, such as conductors and porters, did not go on strike. Said Debs and the ARU called for a massive boycott against all trains that carried a Pullman car. It affected most rail lines west of Detroit, and at its peak involved some 250,000 workers in 27 states. Wow, that's huge, dude. That's a lot of people back then, dude. For real. Let's see. So the American Factory of Labor, American Federation of Labor, opposed the boycott because the ARU was trying to take its membership. The high prestige Railroad Brothers of Conductors and Engineers were opposed to the boycott. The Fireman Brotherhood, of which Debs had been a predominant leader, was split. The General Manager Association of the Railroads coordinated the opposition. It said 30 people were killed in riots in Chicago alone. Historian David Ray Pikey, building on the work of Almort Lindsay, published in 1942, estimated another 40 were killed in other states. Property damage exceeded $80 million at the time. It said federal government obtained an injunction against the union, Debs, and other boycott leaders, ordering them to stop interfering with trains that carried mail cars. After the strikers refused, President Grover Cleveland ordered in the army to stop the strikers from organizing or obstructing the trains. Violence broke out in many cities, and the strike collapsed. Defended by a team including Clarence Darrow, Debs was convicted of violating a court order and sentenced to prison. The ARU was then dissolved. So, yeah, needless to say, like I said, man, you've had the shit throughout history. Most of the time it doesn't work out. Sometimes it leads to liberal insurrections in this country, dude. So, definitely not a good thing, man. Definitely not a good thing at all. And I think we're definitely heading towards a time period in history again where you're going to see some bad shit happen very, very quickly. And unfortunately, when it does, things are not going to be good, man. Things are not going to be good. You're going to have a lot of people really pissed. You're going to have a lot of people really getting to the point where, you know, they're basically going to say enough is enough kind of thing. And of course, they have now extended the maintenance here, so we can keep going then, apparently. Yeah, see, this is the problem I have with this game, though. So the extended maintenance for, I think it was supposed to be originally an hour and a half. So it would have ended like 45 minutes ago, and now it's like another 45 minutes going on top of that. And it says once maintenance is concluded, a compensation of 600 of their in-game currency will be sent to all players. Maintenance duration is subject to change. If maintenance duration is extended, the compensation will be increased accordingly. See, the problem I have with that, though, again, goes back to something I was doing at the time when I was fucking playing, which was I was literally in the middle of doing stuff and about to finish off these quest things for this Teamwork Time event that's going on right now. And because of that, now I'm going to be lower in the fucking counts and shit. So, yeah, it fucking sucks, dude. It fucking sucks a bunch. So, anyway, yeah, it's a pain in the ass, dude. I knew that original thing was coming, and I completely blanked on the time because, again, it goes from where I'm at here in the East Coast time, and it's that UTC time period where it's like some weird ass fucking like overseas time or whatever they have there for their main thing. So it really is a pain in the ass, though. But yeah, I completely blanked, and it was like 5 minutes beforehand I was finishing stuff up, and then it would end up being like right on time where it cut me off the game then. So anyway, but yeah, since I have another 45 minutes to kill now before this is going to be done anyway, we're going to keep going then. And we're probably going to do this for like 2 hours now if that be the case then, dude. So yeah, might as well continue to talk about insurrections then if that be the case, you know. So anyway, actually no, let's go ahead and finish since we got like the main gist of what the Pullman strike was there, we're going to go ahead and do the actual whole background and stuff like that of this whole thing then, dude, because this is one of the insurrection acts of American history back in 1894 there. So, yeah, so we got the background. It said low wages, expensive rent, and the failing ideal of the utopian workers' settlement were already a problem for the Pullman workers. Company towns like Pullman were constructed with a plan to keep everything within a small vicinity to keep workers from having to move far away. Using company-run shops and housing took away competition, leaving areas open to exploitation, monopolization, and high prices. By the way, that right there, what they just said, is exactly why you're not supposed to have monopolies in this country anymore, and why you've had trust busting throughout the centuries and stuff like that, dude. However, this is what we're seeing again with fucking tech monopolies now, and why we need to have trust busting of these motherfuckers again by having Section 230 yanked from places like your Facebooks, your YouTubes, your Googles, your Twitters, etc., dude, and have real competition again. Or like I said before in my recent video about that, it's have these companies basically fall under a public utility kind of thing where it's sort of like the phone company where it's like, no, the phone company can't cut service to you because of your political views and stuff like that, and they shouldn't be allowed to, you know, fucking give you channel strikes because it's like, oh, you want to talk about this topic or this topic, whatever the case be, and then they keep updating the terms of service bullshit to basically something that was fine for you to talk about a week or two ago is now like, nope, you're going to get a channel strike for that now. It's fucking ridiculous, dude, entirely. But anyway, continuing on with this, though, said, yeah, it said those towns were company-run shops and housing kept away competition, leaving areas open to exploitation, monopolization, high prices. These conditions were exacerbated by the Panic of 1893. The already low wages were reduced by more than 20%, while the high rent costs remained unchanged. The employees filed a complaint with the company owner, George Pullman. Pullman refused to consider or even dismissed the workers who were protesting. The strike began May 11th, 1894. When the rest of his staff went on strike, the company owner, George Pullman, refused to lower rents or go to aberration. I'm not sure what that is, honestly. And of course, you have this little cartoon on the side there that says, the condition of laboring men at Pullman, the employee is being squeezed by Pullman between high rent and low wages, July 7th, 1894. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate thing right now, honestly, even, dude. Again, you know, skyrocketing inflation and a bunch of other crazy shit going on in this country right now. Let's see. Then we got the boycott. It said many of the Pullman factory workers joined the American Railway Union, led by Eugene V. Oh, okay, that was a person then. I was thinking that was two different people. It was a guy named Eugene V. Debs. That's who it was, which supported their strike by launching a boycott in which ARU members refused to run trains containing Pullman cars on them. Let's see here. So at the time, the strike, approximately 35% of Pullman workers were members of the ARU. The plan was to force the railroads to bring Pullman to compromise. Debs began the boycott on June 26, 1894. Within 4 days, 125,000 workers on 29 railroads had walked off the job rather than handle Pullman cars. Said railroad railroads conducted their response through the General Managers Association, which had been formed in 1886 and included 24 lines linked to Chicago. The railroads began hiring replacement workers or strike breakers, which increased hostilities. By the way, these are also the guys that tend to call scabs a lot throughout history and historical, shows and stuff like that. There was actually a show I was watching some years back. It was a mini series called The Mill. It was out of the UK or something. I lose what it was, or Great Britain or something. And it was basically about this mill that existed back there. I forget what the actual mill was called. Basically, it was about child labor, essentially, is what it was. And it was then how they were cutting people's wages and bringing in, the strike breakers or the scabs and stuff like that to take the jobs for like half the price that they were paying their employees and shit like that, dude. And again, it was kind of similar to this, where it was a factory town and stuff. And eventually what it led to was, over there, it led to unionization, and it actually led to the men basically getting representation in their parliament, is what it was then. So, because obviously at that time you had women that couldn't vote, obviously. And yeah, it's interesting though, because again, going back to the whole, 19th Amendment here in America, you think about it right now, dude, in 2022, if women didn't have the right to vote, you'd never have any Democrats in office. So, and by that, I don't know about any office, but like for president and stuff like that, it would be a Republican 100% of the time, basically. So, yeah, it's just interesting, dude. But, and again, I'm not saying that it's, women shouldn't have the right to vote and stuff like that, but I feel like there's definitely a generation of people right now that should be like sort of given a side eye when it comes to voting rights in this country, dude. And it's like the youngest people right now that don't even know what fucking 9/11 was or weren't alive during it and stuff like that, dude. There was something that Sabrina Hernandez did the other day where she was talking about that. And she was discussing with people about like, oh yeah, 9/11, like what's your take on that kind of thing, or whatever. It was these college age kids and stuff like that. They're like, 18 to 22, give or take. And they were like, oh yeah, like the one guy's response was, oh yeah, that and Juneteenth somehow equate to each other. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? And then eventually it's like people being like, oh yeah, nobody gives a shit about 9/11 kind of thing, or whatever the case be. Or it's like, oh, well, they deserved it and stuff or whatever. And it's like, then you had like the one guy at the very end where she's like, what do you think? Like she's like, all these college kids are, saying these things, whatever the case be. And he's like, who are these kids and what are their names? And he's basically saying, so I can go give them a good old fashioned ass whooping kind of thing is what it was. It's like, cause that's a paddling, kind of deal. The old, the Jasper character from The Simpsons. That fucking guy is great, by the way. Where he's just walking around with that paddle. And he's like, that's a paddling. That's a paddling. So I feel like I'm slightly turning into that character nowadays, man, in my late 30s. So, but anyway. But nah, seriously though. It's a bunch of shit, dude. It really is. Because you basically have these people who, they don't get it, is what it is, man. And again, it's why we have a divided nation. It's why, post Obama and stuff, we now have like some of the biggest racial divisions in this country's history, et cetera, there. And, going full circle back to the beginning of this episode, going back to that other dude's panel last night, it's why you basically had miscommunications there and stuff like that, or it was something like how it was phrased or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. It's a whole thing, man. But I think I think the problem was there's a lot of people on that panel that were already tired and stuff, and yeah, they just took it how they wanted to take it, and that's not how it was meant to be taken, kind of thing is what it was. And it's like I said, it is what it is. I don't plan on going on that dude's panels ever again now, and you know, it is what it is, man. Um, I'll probably still watch his content on occasion and stuff like that, like I have previously. But yeah, there's no reason for me to jump on there though anymore. Because the thing is, most like even the times I was on that dude's thing, it was like the first time was like 10 minutes or something like that for the very end of it or whatever, and then it was like, last night it was maybe like 5 minutes or something is what I was on there for, give or take. So, and that one specifically, it felt very hostile. I know there was people in the back chat that were talking back and forth in the private chat about some other dude that wasn't even there, couldn't defend himself, and it was, yeah, a lot of what I consider to be anti-white hostility from the screen grabs that I was able to grab from it. So anyway, it is what it is, man. Like I said, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we can't have like a real discussion about things, and people just want to take it and make it about one thing, and there's a lot of things that it can be about, dude. Like, I'm not saying that there's not like, that one, but the thing is like my biggest issue personally, going back to that AK guy for a minute, is when his whole fucking thing is there's no solutions or anything like that, dude. It's like, of course there's solutions, dude. You just have people not implementing them is what it is, dude. Seriously. You have fucking liberal Democrat people in this fucking country that implement one fucking solution continuously, and they're like, oh, I don't understand why that one solution failed. It's like, then come up with another one, bro, or another 10 for that matter. So, yeah. But then it's funny because then on the flip side of the coin, like within the same breath, that guy will be like, oh, yeah, we need another crime bill. So it's like, you say there's no solutions, then you're talking about crime bills, dude. So it's like, is that a solution? It sounds like it to me, honestly. It's like, fuck, man. I don't know. It's just funny, though. But like I said, just crazy shit, man. But yeah, that guy does a lot of good work, though, for what he does there. And yeah, he'll tend to show what's really going on in America, is what it is. But it's just sad to me, again, that you can't really have cohesion, I guess is the best way to describe it. Because again, you're always going to, unfortunately, it seems like you're always going to have tribalism take over nowadays. And it's sad. It's sad. And I think, unfortunately, with what we're seeing right now is that's when I specifically talk about like racial wars and stuff like that, potentially after a second American Civil War in this country, that's what I'm talking about, dude, is like tribalism kicking in really bad. And it's going to be people that, it's going to be one of those things where you either adapt and overcome or you just perish in it, is what it's going to be then. So, going back full circle to this railway strike a couple hundred years ago, that's pretty much what it was there, man. You had this dude basically create something and get a bunch of people killed in it. So anyway, let's see. Going back to where this was here, it said, yeah, we're at the boycott part here. Let's see. Yeah, so 125,000 workers in 29 states, 29 railroads walked off the job rather than handled the Pullman cars. So railroad conductor coordinated their response through the General Managers Association, which had begun in 1886 and included 24 lines linked to Chicago. Railroads began hiring replacement workers or strike breakers, which increased hostilities. Many African Americans were recruited as strike breakers and crossed picket lines as they feared that the racism expressed by the American Railway Union would lock them out of another labor market. This added racial tension to the union's predicament. So again, and this is the issue right there, right? Is it seems like everything throughout history is always taken back to racism, unfortunately. And the thing is, like, it may have been at that time, dude, honestly, because that's the thing. When you look at America, like pre, like 1970 really is what it is, when you actually had like civil rights movement and shit like that, which I think actually that technically was like 67, 68, something like that, when Martin Luther King was doing his thing and then got assassinated for it. and then eventually you had, I believe it was like this. It was either 1970 or 71, I think, is what it was when you actually had like the actual civil rights legislation be amended in the Constitution. That is what it was then. But yeah, so you're talking about like, that the 26th Amendment of everybody having the right to vote at 18 and stuff like that, and no matter race, color, creed, you don't have fucking poll taxes and stuff like that. Which, by the way, were unconstitutional as fuck to begin with. The thing is, though, it does go back to that situation of like, are we heading towards a country's future where it's kind of like the movie God, now my mind is blanking on that movie. What it's called offhand. I'm thinking of the main character Johnny in it. Stormship Troopers, that's what it is. Where it's you have the Stormship Troopers kind of motto where it's like, citizenship equals voting or something like that. I think is how they put it, or something like that. And it's basically only the people that are like military have the right to vote, then is what it is. Or I think actually in that case, it wasn't like full like military, but it was like anybody working for like essentially the military industrial complex in some capacity were the ones that had voting rights, is what it was then. Like everybody else is basically just like the citizens, is what it was. Or maybe it was citizenry equals citizen. Yeah, it was like, I forget, it was some weird motto. I can't remember exactly how I put it though. Again, it's like 3:30 in the morning right now. It's hard as fuck for me to remember this shit after an hour and a half or more. So it doesn't matter. The whole point I'm trying to make is like that potentially is a period where it could be heading right now in history. So anyway, let's see here now. So yeah, so it said racial tension was added to the union's predicament. Let's see, June 29th, 1984 or 1894. Yeah, 1984. Yeah, 1984 is what we're living through right now, dude. Fucking George Orwell style. But yeah, no. June 29th, 1894. Eugene Dobbs hosted a peaceful meeting to rally support for the strike from railroad workers at Blue Island, Illinois. Afterwards, groups within the crowd became enraged and set fire to nearby buildings and derailed a locomotive. Elsewhere in the western states, sympathy strikers prevented transportation of goods by walking off the job, obstructing railroad tracks, or threatening and attacking strikebreakers. This increased national attention and the demand for federal action to take place. Let's see, it said federal intervention. The strike was handled by U.S. Attorney General Richard Olney, who was appointed by then President Grover Cleveland. A majority of the president's cabinet in Washington, D.C. backed Olney's proposal for federal troops to be dispatched to Chicago to put an end to the, quote, rule of terror. In comparison to his $8,000 compensation as Attorney General, Olney had been a railroad attorney and had a $10,000 retainer from the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad. That seems like a huge fucking conflict of interest, just by the way, on that one. Again, this is why fucking government employees can't have shit like that nowadays, dude, because again, it is a huge fucking conflict of interest and a shitload of fucking insider trading kind of stuff is what it is, dude. So anyway, let's see. Said only got an injunction from circuit court judges Peter S. Grosscup and William Allen Woods, both anti-union, prohibiting ARU officials from compelling and encouraging any impacted railroad employees to quote, to refuse or fail to perform their duties. The injunction was disobeyed by Eugene Dobbs and other ARU leadership, and federal forces were dispatched to enforce it. Debs, who had been hesitant to start the strike, put all of his efforts into it. He called the ARG members to ignore the federal court injunctions and the U.S. Army. Quote, strong men and broad minds only can resist the plutocracy and arrogant monopoly. Do not be frightened at troops, injunctions, or a subsidized press. Quit and remain firm. Commit no violence. American Railway Union will protect all, whether member or not, when strike is off. Was the quote that guy put out there. So Debs wanted a general strike of all union members in Chicago, but this was opposed by Samuel Groupers, head of the AFL, and other establishment unions, and it failed. So Debs first welcomed the military, believing that they would help to keep the peace and allow the strike and boycott to continue peacefully. Military was not, however, impartial. They were there to ensure that the trains ran, which would eventually weaken the boycott. Federal forces broke the ARU's attempt to shut down the national transportation system city by city. Thousands of U.S. Marshals and 12,000 U.S. Army troops, led by Brigadier General Nelson Mills, took part in the operation. President Grover Cleveland claimed he had a legal, constitutional responsibility for the mail. However, getting the trains moving again also helped further his physical conservative economic interest and protect capital, which was far more significant than the mail disruption itself. His lawyers argued the boycott violated the Sherman Antitrust Act and represented a threat to public safety. The arrival of military and subsequent deaths of workers and violence led to further outbreaks of violence. During the course of the strike, 30 strikers were killed and 57 were wounded. Property damage exceeded $80 million at the time. That's crazy, man. I could keep going here, but I'm not going to because, again, we're way, way past the time at this point. Almost 2 hours into this, and I'm getting pretty tired actually right now. I'm probably going to go to sleep here pretty soon. But yeah, let's see what the Sherman Antitrust Act is read as right now. Let's see, Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890s, United States Antitrust Law, which prescribes the rule of free competition among those engaged in commerce. It was passed by Congress and is named for Senator John Sherman, its principal author. Okay. So that right there, like I'm saying, dude, if you want to go back to that shit, again, Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890 is what these fucking tech monopolies should be smacked under right now because, again, you're providing commerce being a platform. You can't have platform and publisher both, man. And it's really simple as that, honestly. So, anyway. Yeah, Pullman strike was fucking crazy, though, man. It really was. And, like I said, that's not the only insurrection when it comes to railway stuff throughout American history, dude. You had that one in 1894. You had the Great Railroad Strike of 1877. Then you had the Colorado Coalfield War in 1914. You had the conflict with Bogus War, which was a group of 43,000 demonstrators, 17,000 veterans of the United States of World War I, their families, and affected groups who gathered in Washington, D.C. in mid-1932 to demand early cash redemption of their service bonus certificates. So, yeah, and that basically created a war. There's what it was, dude. Again, you notice how a lot of these things all go back to money, go back to money, human dignity, etc. when it comes to that shit, dude, because, again, you had the Pullman strike be about wages. You had the Great Railroad Strike be about working conditions. You have the modern day fucking versions of that where these people are going to go on strike here pretty soon be about working conditions, dude. It's like, again, nothing ever seems to change, dude, as long as fucking government remains a big ass fucking tyrannical bunch of shit, honestly, dude. So, I don't know. I feel like there is a solution. And unfortunately, that solution is revolution. So, but yeah, nah, for real though. That's a joke, just so we're clear on that one. Because the only solution is not revolution, honestly. I would say actually balkanization would be a better solution than anything right now, dude. Just have this country split in multiple pieces and just have a few dozen states or so come together as like the new constitutional republic, and the rest of them that want to be anti-constitutional and a bunch of oath breakers, a bunch of pro baby killing pieces of shit, etc. Dude can go do their own fucking thing, destroy themselves in a couple generations or less, and the rest of us can thrive. Then is what it'll be. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, though, man. I feel like the way things are going, though, when you look at the map of 2020, though, when it comes to all the red states versus all the blue states, or all the red states and then you got blue cities and stuff like that, dude, there is a lot of stuff going on there to where that potentially could be what becomes the new revolutionary map of this country's history when it comes to potential balkanization. And that would include places like Ohio. It would include places like, I think, different parts of Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. You would have a bunch of other states that are all red and stuff. I believe West Virginia was pretty red. I think Kentucky was pretty red. And you'd basically have us go all the way down to like Texas, basically, is what it is, dude. And then sort of do this like weird marcation, is what it is, where it's like Wyoming, Montana, stuff like that. And you'd have other places where it just wouldn't be as good as what it is. But yeah, there is a lot of shit going on in this country, though, that I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And unfortunately, I think the problem is that people just want to blame like a single race for everything when it's like that's not how it is, man. You have criminals in all races, is what it is. And now, granted, you can sit there and say that, yeah, disproportionately, like there are a lot of criminals in like a particular, background or whatever, ethnicity, whatever it is. But again, that's not going to be, every single thing. And again, it's like, okay, you say that, like, if that be the case and that is the case, what is the solution? And when you're going to say there's no solution, like, what the hell kind of nonsense is that, is what it is, dude. So, I don't know. I feel like it's just people trying to make money, is what it is, dude. And if you want to do that as your grift, that's up to you, man. That's the way I look at it right now. If you want to go down that road, that's up to you. If you want to go down some other road and actually try to come up with a real solution, that's up to you as well. I'll sit here and try to think of other stuff myself, and maybe one day get into political power of some kind, and hopefully get some of that shit as legislation then. Or maybe I'll just become a lobbyist at a state level and work, for Second Amendment rights and constitutional rights, and work with state lawmakers and stuff that way under the Ohio Patriot Education Network moniker, and go down that road and do things. Or maybe I'll just sit back and, try to mentally prepare myself for what is to come very soon, as I suggest everybody does at this point, dude, because like I said, you got these people that they'll sit there and, daily basis, nightly basis, whatever it is, continue to talk about the crime and stuff like that, but none of them will ever talk about actual other stuff that's going on in this country. You don't hear them talking about, oh shit, in a couple of days there's going to be a possible railroad strike that's going to impact everybody, and you're not going to be able to get food for the next X amount of time then potentially, or you're going to have like massive shortages of shit very quickly is what it's going to be, dude. And it's like, how many of them are going to jump on that panel to talk about that shit then after the fact? I guarantee they're not going to be talking about anything because they're not going to have fucking power is what it's going to be, dude, because they're going to be fucking fleeing major cities and stuff like that's what it's going to be then, dude. Democrat help pockets of this fucking country's history. So, yeah, it's going to be, like I said, when you start seeing the cities run out of shit, dude, and that's the big thing. That's one thing we did see during 2020 quite a bit, actually. I remember going to grocery stores in these rural areas where I live right now, dude. And, the closest place to me is not, that close, honestly. It's like a good distance of driving, honestly. It's a good, 20 minutes, half hour away by vehicle. And the one thing I noticed was you started having a lot of bare shelves in these rural areas during the 2020 lockdowns and stuff, dude. You did not have that in major cities. And there was a reason for that. It's because the fucking powers that be, the government, entities and stuff like that, whether it be governors, mayors, etc., understood you have to keep the grocery stores up and running and be fully stocked and stuff in these cities, because if people are going to realize that there's a shortage on shit real quick, you're going to have mass runs on stuff and you're going to have people go fucking nuts, dude, is what it's going to be. And that's the thing. And it was them trying to basically quell the population from being violent and having a violent uprising and stuff like that, I believe. And I think, unfortunately, depending on how long this, current thing could happen and go down for and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to stop shit like that from happening, dude. You're going to have that stuff impact major cities very quickly, is what it's going to be. And you're going to have people freak the fuck out, is what it's going to be, dude. And you're going to have more upticks in violence, I believe. And you're going to have more violence and more violence and more violence. And, going back full circle, like what I was trying to say on that AK guys panel there, dude, when you look at Columbus, Ohio specifically here, in this state, you have these suburbs that are, very affluent, that are, majority white people and stuff like that, dude, like your Upper Arlingtons and stuff like that. And the one big difference there is, and I think this is something that, I didn't get a chance to bring up on that dude's panel, though, it's policing. You have, these, I believe it's like East Columbus is a lot of where the ghettos are there and stuff like that. There's not as many cops over there that do like regular patrols, dude. When you look at Upper Arlington and stuff like that, dude, where it is like very like, $1 million, multiple millions for a home there and stuff like that, dude. You have cops basically circling the block every 2 to 5 minutes, essentially, is what it is, dude. Like, you have police cars on a regular basis, like, circling the blocks there, dude. Because that's the thing. You have there, what it is you have the main city of Columbus, which is the main Columbus Police Department, stuff like that. And then you have places like Upper Arlington that have their own police forces. And so you have like the police force of Upper Arlington that's basically patrolling that area, is what it is, dude. And they only patrol like this X amount of blocks, is what it is. So they can keep having, patrols going throughout those areas and stuff like that every, 3, 5, 10 minutes, whatever it is, dude. And when I went down there to visit my sister, she lives in, I forget exactly where it's at, because it's like close to that area. We were discussing stuff, and as we walked outside, there was a police car that came driving by. And then sure enough, like, 5 minutes later, give or take, there was another one that came, rolling around the block. And I don't believe it was the same one either. It was a different one entirely. It was different, like the first one was like patrol car like 14, like the second one was like patrol car 45 or something like that. And again, it's because they had these regular, patrols going on there. And that's what it was. It was I believe truthfully, the reason that you did not see as much stuff there criminal wise is because you had the presence of law enforcement at the ready, where, specifically for like East Cleveland and stuff like that, or not East Cleveland, East Columbus, because it's the city of Columbus police that are doing that stuff. You don't have as many cops down there to do patrols on that kind of regular basis and stuff like that. So they're not going to end up having the ability to stop, random chicks doing hood fights in the fucking streets and shit like that, dude, is what it is. And yeah, it's a bunch of crap, though. The one thing I will call that Ott guy out on, though, is that he was trying to basically put words in my mouth when it came to, he was claiming that I basically said something along the lines of like, that supposedly like black people are all like living on top of each other. I didn't say that at all, dude. What I was saying was major cities, you tend to have people essentially living on top of each other, is what it is. And like I said, that's from my personal fucking perspective of living like that, dude. Where you had apartment living like that, where you had, 2, 3, 4-story apartments or more. And it's basically you have, these units is what it is, dude, living on top of each other kind of thing. That's what I'm saying when I'm saying living on top of each other, man. So, if people want to take that out of context and misconstrue it, that's on them, but that's not what I was trying to say, man. So, anyway, like I said, it's just ridiculous either way, but, to me, it is what it is, man. Like I said, I don't plan on going on that guy's panels ever again, and yeah, he's gonna keep doing his thing, more power to him. He has decent content. I would say go watch it if you want to go watch it, dude. It shows a lot of what's going on in this country on a regular basis, criminality wise, and the guy does in-depth stories on stuff, and a lot of them are really good, honestly. But yeah, the entire point was, I think it was just miscommunication between us, though, between myself and him and his panelists and stuff like that. So it is what it is, man. But anyway, like I said, it's one of those things where, you know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing. And my thing is, I was gonna stay in there, but then I was like, yeah, you know what, like, because I was trying to answer the one girl's question, and then the thing is, like I said, when you like come at me with something like random like that, you're trying to basically, I don't know if I answered that to begin with in this episode, but someone answer it right now at the end here. My thing is, when you're trying to basically compare a country like a Norway that's essentially the size of a fucking state in the United States to the entirety of the United States, it's like apples and oranges, dude. Yeah, they're both fucking fruits, but they're two different kinds of fruits. And it's like one thing is not the other thing, you know. And I think the reason that she was trying to bring up Norway is because, again, like I mentioned early on in this, it happens to be a very, you know, I think it's almost majority white right now. Like it's like 96, 97%, something like that. Or at least it was previous to this, before you had like economic migration and stuff happen there. And she was basically trying to equate, like, oh yeah, you know, you bring in these people that are economic migrants and stuff like that, and then that somehow equates to like the violence uptick and shit like that is what it is. And my thing is, though, I actually remember hearing something because she mentioned something about like firearms there. They have like firearms ownership or whatever. And I remember hearing something here recently where it was, I think it was a white guy actually, who went on like a rampage killing there or something with firearms, dude. So, you know, anyway, I don't know, man. It's just craziness though. But yeah, I mean, like I said, when I was talking to that dude's panel, I mentioned something about like, you know, when you start putting a ton of people together in like small places and stuff like that, like eventually you are going to have like more, you know, basically the point I was trying to make was you're going to have more interactions no matter what. And eventually those interactions will lead to violence is what it is, dude. Like it doesn't matter like what the racial background of the people that are living there is. And the big difference is, you know, you can't really compare Norway to America, dude, because you're talking about a country that is the size of a fucking state that probably the size of that state is probably smaller than Texas versus an entire nation like United States of America where you have 330 plus million people in it, dude. So you're talking about a country of a few million in Norway to 300 plus million here, you know. And again, you know, the more people, the more violence, the more cultural differences, the more violence, if you want to go down that road and stuff. And I think that's unfortunately what we're seeing right now. We're seeing, again, culture clashes happen all the time, dude, is what it is. And, you know, again, when people don't want to, like, this is the thing, we should be a melting pot in this country. And when people refuse to fucking melt into that pot, that's why you're having so much fucking animosity, is what it is, dude. You know, when you throw a fucking shark into a fish bowl with a bunch of fish, and then you come back the next day and you wonder why there's no more fish, and the shark is nice and fat and happy, it's not that hard to figure out, bro. It's a bad idea to throw a shark in there, you know? Seriously. So, I don't know. And specifically with that analogy, I'm going to make this perfectly clear. I'm talking about Islam in that one, dude. Just so we're clear on that one. But, yeah. And if you want to go back to that shit, we can talk about the founding of this country and how the reason that Thomas Jefferson had a copy of the Quran was because he knew who his fucking enemies were, is what it was. So, you know, mind you, that was the same Quran that that stupid bitch Ilhan Omar then took her oath to office on, which in of itself broke her oath to office immediately because she wasn't taking it on an actual Bible like everybody else was, dude. So, yeah, pretty sure your entire constitutional oath is null and void, you dumb bitch. Just based on that alone. I think Rashad Tlaib did the same thing, actually. So, again, it would be both of those idiots. Congressional oaths to office are null and void, and they are null and void as congresswomen. Then, if that be the case, dude. So anyway, but yeah, I'm actually surprised with September 11th this year that Omar didn't do that stupid bullshit of the some people did something crap again, dude. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with her ass though, dude. She was a fucking scumbag. Well, I shouldn't say she was. She is a fucking scumbag, dude. She has no business being in office in this country, and neither does Rashad Tlaib for that matter. Neither does Cortez, actually. Any of those idiots from the squad should automatically be thrown out of fucking office and disqualified from the running entirely, dude. You know, you got that piece of shit Cori Bush, who is one of the biggest hypocrites. She's all about defunding the fucking cops, and then runs around having, I think it was something like $300,000 spent in private security, dude. And then you had that other asshole Randolph Warnick, who went out and spent almost $1 million fucking dollars in private security over the last like year or so of his shitty fucking bullshit career. So yeah, it's just a bunch of crap, dude. These people are just total hypocrites, and they don't see it, is what it is, I think, or they do see it and they just don't fucking care, is what it is, dude. And yeah, it's a bunch of shit all the way around, dude. And then you have, like I said, going back to Cori Bush for a minute there, you have her being like, "Oh, but my life is totally more important than so many other people's." It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not, lady. If anything, you're worth less than a bunch of other people, dude. You're worth less than most of your constituents, actually. You know, when you have little kids being murdered in the fucking streets of Missouri there where you represent, dude, like, no. Their lives were way more important than your bitch ass is, bitch. So, yeah, it's pure ignorance is what it is, dude, by these fucking piece of shit Democrats is what it is, dude. And like I said, when you got the rhino cucks on the other side of the fucking field who don't give a shit either way, dude, and they just want to sit there and fuck around and stuff like that. And then you got, 4 or 5 years ago now, Mitch McConnell, when he was Senate president, basically allowing a piece of legislation to sit on his desk and die on his desk right before the midterms, which would have allowed America to basically have a Hearing Protection Act in it, because he's a fucking douchebag that refuses to bring up actual pro-gun legislation to votes when they had the majority and could have got it done then. So, yeah, honestly, like I said before, dude, I think the only way for us to actually have a functioning constitutional republic ever again in this country would be, number one, you vote out everybody across the board. You start completely fresh with new people. You have that new set of people that is a much smaller government, by the way, at that point. Like, I would say about maybe a half to a third of what it is right now. So if it's like 500 something people now in Congress and Senate combined, it would be like maybe like 150 when it's all said and done, or something like that, or maybe even less than that, maybe like 100 people or so. So you'd have like, basically 50. You'd essentially, what you should be having actually is you should have like 2 senators from every state, and then like maybe a couple of congressmen from every state. Then, like, I would say at most like 5 probably across the board, which is probably more like 3 to 4 in most states. And if you did it correct, like, actually, if you want to go by the 5 rule, so it'd be like 5 across the board in all states, and you would have basically one of the 5 represents the capital of that state. So, for instance, that would be Columbus, Ohio. So you'd have one representing Columbus, Ohio here, and then you'd have the other 4 be like rural areas, is what it would be, dude. Or maybe you'd have I would say actually depending on how many major cities are in the state, because obviously for Ohio you have not only Columbus, you have Cincinnati, you have Cleveland, you have Akron, Canton, Toledo, etc. So you would have the one for the state capital guaranteed, and then you'd have a secondary one that would be like every major city can have like a contender, basically, as like some weird like primary, to where it then becomes like a secondary primary, and then it's the people that win those secondary primary things are going to be the ones running off in the general election for that seat. Then is what it would be. And for that one, for that specific one, it would almost be a weird like jungle primary, because it would be you would have like every contender from every major city. So it'd be like, like I said, Akron. You'd have one from Akron, one from Canton, one from Columbus, one from, or not Columbus. You'd have one from Akron, one from Canton, one from Cincinnati, one from Dayton, one from Toledo, and like Youngstown and stuff like that. And then you'd have like those, 5, 6 people, give or take, maybe 7. It would be the biggest vote getters out of those 7 would be the 2 that would then face off in like a general election kind of primaries would be then. And then whoever wins that would be the person that actually represents that area is what it would be then for the next, 2 years or whatever then. So, and then for the rest of the rural areas and stuff like that, you would just have like various different parts on the map that would be like, okay, this person represents this huge section, huge swath. This person represents this huge swath. This person represents this huge swath, is what it is. And you would basically just then have, a better version of representation in this country, is what it would be, man. Because you'd actually have constituents, first of all, that people knew who their fucking congressman was. And number 2, they would actually be able to then, have their offices set up and stuff like that to be able to discuss stuff with the people that are their constituency and be able to actually have real solutions. And is what it is, dude, and be able to introduce real legislation that benefits the people, not the fucking politicians or not the fucking corporate lobbyists, etc. there, dude. So, yeah. Like I said, I think there's a lot better solutions out there that we can all come together as one and think up and stuff like that. Unfortunately, the powers that be, the people that are in power right now, don't want to implement those solutions, is what it is, dude. They'd rather just sit there and go by the status quo, is what it is. And when you keep doing the status quo shit, dude, you end up having it's definition of insanity. You keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting different results, is what it is. And so, unfortunately, when you have that kind of crap, it's like that's not how society's gonna function, dude. All it does is lead to what we're seeing right now, which is this violent uptick, mostly in major cities across this country. And then, some rural outlying areas that are now seeing the spillover and stuff like that from these cities and shit, dude. To where you have just this, crazy violent uptick and stuff like that, dude. And again, wherever you're going to have gang mentality and gang life and stuff like that, dude, you're going to have gangs, is what it is, man. And wherever that shit's allowed to flourish and you don't have actual, law and order put into place there to knock that shit down. And, I guess I would say arrest your way out of it would be the best description there. Or even have the ability to arrest people for the crimes they're committing and stuff like that. Nothing's ever going to change. And that's why you're seeing places like California, Colorado, etc. become these complete hellholes and shit like that, dude, when they're literally incentivizing low-level criminality and stuff like that. Like I said before, when you got California, $950 don't even get a misdemeanor for stealing that much shit. You got fucking parts of Colorado where it's like $650, something like that, you can steal up to. Again, slap on the wrist. And then you got fucking places like Illinois now that are incentivizing murder and fucking mayhem, etc., dude. And it's like, bro, like, and the one thing all these places have in common, Gavin Newsom, Democrat governor, J.P. Fitzner in Illinois, Democrat governor, fucking Jared Polis in Colorado, Democrat governor. It all goes back to the Democrat Party, like almost always, dude. Now, granted, like I said before, I don't think that the Republican Party is any better, dude. And I'm personally sick and tired of establishment as a whole right now. I would love to see both of them get knocked the fuck out of contention at this point, and we start having 20 to 100 fucking political parties jump up into the race now, and be able to have a whole new generation of people across the board running for office as a bunch of different things, is what it is, dude. And like I said, I'd much rather have somebody running as an actual fucking communist under an actual communist or a socialist party, wherever it's going to be, dude, and admit what they fucking are, than to sit there and lie to you and then be like, nah, bro, I'm just a Democrat socialist or whatever the case be, like that dumb bitch Cortez. And it's like, no, you're a fucking wannabe commie dipshit, is what it is, that thinks you're fucking smart. In reality, you're just a fucking jackass, bitch. Like she really does, dude. She like you look at her and she thinks she's like this fucking super smug cunt. That's like, haha, I'm getting away with something. That's like, no, you're just a fucking idiot, moronic child that doesn't know a fucking thing about a fucking thing. You were a literal dumb bitch fucking bartender who went on a casting call for the fucking Young Turks who funded your fucking campaign. And because you ran in a district that was like plus 37 fucking Democrat, where they could have put a glass of fucking water and slapped Democrat on the fucking glass, and that could have won the district, man. That's the only reason you're a fucking congressman, Cortez. AOC, you dumb cunt. And it's the same kind of shit with Ilhan Omar, dude. Like her fucking lying her ass off and being like, no, it's not the fact that there's this big ass fucking huge chunk of Somali people that live in this fucking district that she represents now that the reason that she's in Congress. It's like, yes, it is, you dumb bitch. Quit your fucking lies. It's like the same thing with fucking Rashad Tlaib, dude. The only reason that her bitch ass is in fucking Congress is because where she represents the district there, it's a huge fucking Islamic population there in Michigan. And that's the only way they're able to get in office, dude. And again, why are we allowing people who are foreign nationals to ever get the ability to even have voting rights in this country, dude, when they're going to vote in piece of shit fucking criminals like that, dude? Like, nah, bro, fuck that. It's bullshit, dude. It's absolute bullshit. And what's interesting too is when you start, going back again to the chick on that dude's panel. So she mentioned obviously again about Norway having guns and stuff like that, dude. What's funny to me though is you notice the uptick in violence in this country and where it's coming from. How many of these major cities, how many of these blue states like that, dude, where all this shit's happening at, are gun-free zones? Have the most restrictive rights on people's Second Amendment possible. A fuck ton of them. That's how many, dude. And that's the biggest problem right now. Is nobody ever wants to talk about that shit, though. And that's, again, one of these things I totally blanked on at the time, dude. Because I would have gotten into it with her about gun rights and stuff like that, dude. But, like, yeah, I didn't even... Mine wasn't thinking. I was distracted at the time doing other stuff. And, yeah, like I said, I was actually more tired then than I am now, which I'm actually really tired now, and I'm definitely going to end this stream very soon then because we're over 2 hours now. But, yeah, it's a bunch of shit, man. By the way, anybody that watches this in replay, you are a fucking champ, man. I'm going to say it like it is. I don't care if you're a dude or a chick, man. Y'all a fucking champ at that point, dude, because I know I've rambled on about some crazy shit tonight a few times. And... yeah, you guys are definitely the MVPs here on this one, man. But needless to say, like I said, I think I'm just gonna stick to, doing like the weekend shows on people from now on and stuff like that. I'm not gonna jump on like random panels anymore because again, there's no reason to. Them people can do their own thing. Them other YouTubers can do their own thing there. And if they want to discuss, various topics like they're discussing, that's on them. If they want to discuss other things, that's on them too. If they want to have actual conversations and stuff, about different things and have like an actual, coming together of different things, potentially, that'd be nice, but I don't see it happening because again, it doesn't really pay the bills when you're discussing, actual, oh, well, here's a solution for us to actually come together and mesh then for once. Because unfortunately, I think it tends to be a lot of people thrive on division, unfortunately. And especially the mainstream media these days, because why allow people to actually unify when you could just easily divide them, especially on race, dude? And it's unfortunate that continues to be a thing, it seems like. But, yeah. One thing I will say, though, and, this is something I really was talking about during that guy's panel, or tried to anyway. When you look at Maine specifically, it's not only, population density and stuff like that in their one major city there, and then, it's like a lot of rural area and stuff like that, dude. It does also tend to be ethnically wise. There is a lot more white people than anything else there. When I was actually there visiting my uncle and my future aunt and stuff like that, they one thing I noticed was where they live at there in that part of Maine, with the exception of the people that own the motel, who I believe were first generation um, from India. So they'd be first generation Americans from India. With the exception of them people, pretty much everybody else around that area was white, dude. Like there really was no minorities there at all. So, and maybe that's why it does seem to be a lot less violence and stuff going on there and whatnot, dude, is because of it being, ethnically, just this one like singular race basically is what I'll say on that one. And if that be the case, it is sort of sad that you can't have, again, like multiple, cultures coming together without it just being clashing and stuff like that, dude. But I don't know, man. I would like to see America be a melting pot. I'm going to say it like that. I would like to see the best out of everything at this point, dude. And unfortunately, I think what we're seeing in the past, 50 to 100 years or so, and then even going back further than that, going back to Insurrection Act times and stuff like that, dude, you just see the worst of humanity is what it is. But that's the thing though. You can also see the best out of humanity as well, dude. You can see people being friendly, being kind, being neighborly, etc., dude. And then unfortunately, this is the thing, right? You can have one asshole be the turd in the punch bowl that basically ruins everything for everybody. And yet, meanwhile, you could have 100 fucking people being great and stuff like that. Also, one thing I forgot to mention last night I was on that guy's panel, though, when they were bringing up the thing and like trying to basically take it about, like trying to take it racial and stuff like that. Yesterday, the town next to mine, there was a kid stabbed to death in one of our parks, and it was a white kid by other white kids. So, or actually, I shouldn't say kid. He was an early 20 something that was stabbed by white teenagers, is what it was, dude. And apparently, it was from what they were saying was it was an ongoing thing about bullying and stuff like that. But yeah, I believe the guy was like 22, 23, something like that, who was stabbed to death. You had a 17-year-old girl who was the one that stabbed him to death, and you had a 15-year-old guy that was her accomplice that were both arrested now. So you have those three lives ruined, plus that dude's entire family who just lost their loved one. And then, of course, these kids' families who now are going to be having to go to, the county jails or whatever's going to be there, or state prison or whatever it's going to be, to visit their, you know, daughter or son behind bars now for the rest of their damn lives, probably. And it's just sad, man. For what? Because somebody did something because you claimed it was bullying and stuff like that. And again, like I said, it's just like this uptick in violence, it seems like. And if you notice, one thing I've noticed specifically is it's a lot of these kids that grew up under Obama, dude. It's a lot of them that were the Obama generation of children that are now in their teens and 20s and shit like that, that tend to be the ones that are doing a lot of this violence, dude. So, you know, and when that guy was the great divider, basically, when he, divided this nation racially like fucking crazy, it's not that hard to figure out, dude. And then you had, of course, the fucking media and everything else just circle jerk itself to death basically over Trump and shit like that, and be like, no, but Trump's the racist here. It's like, no, pretty sure Obama did a bunch more racial shit than Trump did, dude. So, you know, but yeah, it's just fucking infuriating, is what it is. And now we got that fucking ass clown Biden in office. What a fucking shit show, man. Like I said, I'm gonna have to end this one because now I'm just getting depressed. So, and I'm definitely rambling, but yeah, it's just sad how this country's gone now and how far we've, fallen when it came to how great we could be right now. And, again, like if people could just be cool, like that's what I'm gonna say, dude. At the end of the day, if people could just be cool with each other, you know, across the board, just be, just be kind, man, is what it is. If that could be a thing right now, if we could actually live our lives like that, I think this country could be a hell of a lot better off, and we could be much, much better in the long run as a nation. And unfortunately, when people don't want to do that, because for their own means to an end, for their own, you know, financial gratification or whatever the hell you want to call it there, they want to just push division and shit. It's just sad, man. It's sad, it's disgusting, and it's one of these things that, like I said, is not going to change until we change, and it doesn't really change until we, the people, start running for office ourselves, I believe, and actually get into office and be legit about it too. By the way, like be the constitutionalists that need to be in office, dude. Don't be the fucking guy that's like, oh yeah, I'm going to run this grassroots campaign, and then as soon as they, find some random backer that can basically buy them off for a couple $100,000 whatever it's going to be, dude, that they just take a bunch of bribes in some dude's fucking pocket or whatever. It's like, nah, bro, be fucking consistent. You know, come together, be the people that want to bring someone else into office that actually is just like them, that is a fellow constitutionalist, et cetera, dude, that gives a shit about the U.S. Constitution, that gives a shit about, you know, our founding rights is what it is, and wants to maintain that after they are elected, and isn't going to be some fucking shill piece of shit for some corporate assholes is what it is, dude, some corporate lobbyist or donors, whatever it is. Because that's the problem. You're going to have a lot of those kind of grifters that are going to be the ones hopping up there real quick, is what it's going to be for the first go around. And it's going to have to be those people that get weeded out very quickly. And we're going to have to make the shit happen where we do contribute to campaigns, where we do take the extra, $5-10 that we have, hopefully again at some point in the future, post inflation and shit like that. And we can actually get these good people into office then. And it won't be an issue where they're taking, massive corporate donations and stuff like that to fuck us over. And I think honestly, it just starts with an entire new federal government right now, dude. Just clean fucking sweep across the board, dude. Totally clean slate. You wipe the chalkboard totally clean. You take the erasers out, you dust them off like we do when we were kids in school and shit, dude. I don't know if you guys did that or not. I remember when I was in elementary school, though, you always had the teacher basically be like, all right, who wants to volunteer to take these outside and knock them out and stuff? And yeah, they would literally send us out to the one door to the school, and we would just be outside clapping erasers together to like knock all the chalk dust off of them. So, but yeah, like I feel like that's what we're gonna need to head to again right now, dude. It's just gonna be, totally clean sweep, totally clean slate, totally erased board and stuff like that, and you start fresh with new people is what it is, man. And until that happens, nothing's gonna change, when you keep having the same fucking douchebags in power 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago that were in there then, that are in there today, and are, 20, 30, 40, 50 years older. Like, nah, bro. No. Get these old motherfuckers out of there, dude, for real. Your silent generation, your old ass baby boomer types, your fucking career politicians, your Pelosi's, your Schumers, your Waters, your Grahams, your McConnells, all of them, dude. Hell, even people like Rand Paul, who I actually legitimately like, people like Jim Jordan, who I actually legitimately like, y'all have had your time in there, dude. Get the hell out. We're starting fresh now. Seriously. And the reason I say I like those two dudes, Jim Jordan and Rand Paul, is because they actually give a fuck. It seems like they're actually a couple of a couple of dozen, really, at this point, at most, that actually seem to give a shit about this country and our history and where we're heading right now, dude. And are trying to basically stop us from, falling off that fucking cliff, following that, first lemming all the way off the fucking cliff into the water and shit, dude. And unfortunately, they don't have the support that they need, is what it is, man. I think Jim Jordan will make an excellent Speaker of the House right now. Is he ever going to be that thing? No, because they're never going to let him be that thing, dude. It's just like the same thing with Rand Paul, dude. He would be an excellent Senate president right now. But again, never going to happen. And actually, going back to something I mentioned when I was talking to my state rep the other day, I don't know if I mentioned that in one of the casts recently or not, but basically, when I mentioned to him about running for, potential Speaker of the House of Ohio here, he was like, no, I'm not going to be that guy, or whatever the case be. And then he mentioned something about how corporate lobbying, you have to basically be in the pockets of corporate lobbyists and get $1 million in fucking funding from these people to even have a shot to be the Ohio General Assembly Speaker of the House, dude. And it's like, and people wonder why this state is corrupt as fuck with both major parties. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Not that hard to figure out. But yeah, like, it's just insane. And it's one of those things where, again, whether it be state level or whether it be federal level, I believe if we just banned corporate lobbying entirely right now, dude, you would have things be so much better off right now, honestly, dude. When I say corporate lobbying, I specifically mean, fucking Bloomberg, Everytown, Moms Demand Action, Giffords, Planned Parenthood, all these fucking places like that, dude. Or even in the same vein of things, the opposite fucking thing, the NRA, all that shit like that, dude. Unless it would be something like a grassroots gun group for the state level, like, that's the only ones that should be allowed in there, dude. But no, if you have like some fucking dumb cunt being like, I'm a volunteer for Moms Demand Action, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. We're done here. Get the fuck out. Your testimony will not be heard. Go fuck yourself. We already know you're an anti-gun sack of shit. We already know you're getting paid for by Bloomberg, even though you claim you're not. Go fuck yourself and get back on your bus back to wherever the fuck you came from in the state, you dumb bitch. Which, by the way, for those interested when I'm calling these dumb bitches out right now, dude, yeah, you literally have in every city in this fucking state, dude, whenever there's either anti-gun legislation that's coming up or whether it's pro-gun legislation that's coming up, you literally have Mike Bloomberg / Everytown / Moms Demand heads sending a fucking bus to some random destination in one of our major cities, whether it be Cincinnati or whatever the case be, to then have like 50 of these chicks from Moms Demand Action at a local level get on the bus and drive their asses to Columbus for the fucking hearings, dude. And it's like, no, you fuckers are not grassroots. You are never grassroots. You are never volunteers. You are bought and paid for fucking corporate shills is what you are, who hate people's freedoms, who want to sit there and fucking exploit tragedy, who want to sit there and fucking exploit young kids being murdered on our fucking streets by a bunch of fucking gangbanging pieces of shit, dude. And then act like you give a fuck about their mothers and their siblings and stuff like that when you don't. You don't, you never fucking will. Because again, you don't actually give a shit is what it is, man. And that's what we're seeing time and time again, dude. I remember watching a video here a few weeks ago. It was one of these white Moms Demand Action bitches that was in some fucking black neighborhood there in Columbus. And it was some woman who had lost her child to basically the gang life is what it was, because it was some fucking gangbanger that shot and killed her kid. And of course, they want to talk about gun violence is what it is, even though it's the fucking gang member holding the gun. And yeah, they were basically trying to exploit her tragedy to push their fucking bullshit anti-gun agenda is what it was, dude. It's like, fuck you, get the fuck out of here, lady. You don't give a fuck about these people. Stop trying to act like you do. And stop trying to exploit their tragedy because you're a piece of shit. And that's what one thing I will agree with Frank Jackson on, dude. Ex-Democrat mayor of Cleveland, Frank Jackson, Just like he was saying about Tamir Rice's mom, dude, and all these other chicks like that, dude. He specifically, and I quote verbatim, they are tragedy pimps. And he's right about that one. Because it's legitimate, dude. They want to sit there and fucking push tragedy and be like, oh, but this, and this, or whatever the case be. And then they'll sit there and fucking sue the state or sue the cities or whatever the case be for millions of dollars, get the fucking lawsuit settlements, and then continue to push shit and be like, but I didn't get enough money because I pissed through it too fast is what it was, dude. And that's what I'm saying. Like, at what point do we stop paying these lawsuits out, dude? Honestly, as a country? Like, seriously, stop fucking incentivizing this shit, dude. Like, all you're doing is basically giving these people a fucking, glimpse of hope and being like, oh, you can get a lottery win. You just have to basically sacrifice your child to do it. It's fucking ridiculous, dude, is what it is. Honestly, it's disgusting. And, yeah, it's, man. It's infuriating, is what it is, dude. But, yeah, we've gone way longer than we should have. I'm going to go check my thing right now and see if in fact the shit is done yet or not. Because if it is, I'm going to go ahead and try to play for a little bit here, but I don't know if it is or not. Go ahead and check something real quick here. Let's see here now. All right, let's see. It's loading the game right now. See if it actually loads up or not. If it doesn't, I'm just going to say fucking go to sleep then. Oh, no, it looks like it might be. Nope, they extended it again. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Well, looks like all my quests for those lines are going to be gone then for that to be the case. That pisses me off a bunch, dude, because if I had realized that, I wouldn't even had them in that place right then, because you're talking about, I think overall, go off on gaming stuff for a minute here before we finish this off then. That would have put, if I had been able to get all 4 or 5 of those done together, I would have been, I'm trying to think, because I had the Ruby one that was like 50. That was worth 50. I had another one that was worth 50, so that'd be 100. Then I had, I think it was a 10, a 20, and then like another 20 or another 30 or something like that. So, yeah, you're talking about well over 100 that I had that I could have got there is what it was, dude. Or well over like 150 that I could have got there for that and been like 150 points more up. That'd be the case then. That being said, though, anybody else that was on these quest lines as well in this game and the thing and stuff like that, they all got their shit wiped too as well before that. If they didn't get them finished before that time then. But yeah, as I said here, it said maintenance ends in 33 minutes. Servers are currently under maintenance, which is expected to last 2 hours and 40 minutes. Maintenance started at 5 a.m. UTE or UTC and expected to end at 9 a.m. UTE. Yeah, and of course, they upped that ship from 600 rubies, which is their compensation stuff, to 800 now. They did that shit again the last time around when they did updates and stuff like that. That really just bums me out, dude. Really bothersome. But yeah, my eyes are about to like fucking just go to sleep and not reopen for a while, dude, because I am getting like really drowsy eyed right now. But seeing as how we're almost 3 hours into this fucking stream and stuff, shit, I might as well do a 24-hour stream at this point, honestly, dude. I'm not going to. I'm not going to sit here for fucking 24 hours and do a stream by myself. That'd be like I would send out links in like the next half hour or something like that and be like, hey, whoever's not working today, jump on the stream for like an hour or two and stuff and cover me kind of thing. While I go take a power nap and shit. But nah, seriously though. Yeah, going back though, to that one gun pick I showed though that had the dude stuff with the suppressors and shit there on it. The one thing I do want to point out on that, again, I'm gonna go ahead and re-show this picture again because we've talked about it a while ago and haven't talked about it since then. So in the corner here, let's see if I can get that up correctly now. In the right corner there above the AR-15, there is some kind of 1911 build. I'm not sure which The one that is, it would be this one right here. It has a light on it though, so it looks like it would be like a light rail system. Then if that be the case, so I'm not sure if that would be like a Dan Wesson competition maybe or something, or it would be something else for that matter. It's a nice looking 1911 though. I wish it was. I wish the light in this picture was a little better though, because that does look like a pretty cool gun. I definitely want to get me a 1911 one of these days. I've heard good things about Bull Armory and their 1911s, but I've also heard other people say stuff about like Rock Island and stuff like that does decent ones for the price, and then you have like Taurus will do ones, but apparently like the ones for Taurus will be. I know theirs are like way. The trigger pull on them is like way fucking long and shit like that. It's like a 12, 13 pound trigger pull. And my biggest thing is if I'm gonna get a 1911, I want something out of that box that I know for a fact that being, a single action firearm is going to be able to be like maybe like a 4 to a 5 pound trigger pull at most. Because with my, grip strength and my arthritis in my hands and stuff like that, I can't deal with anything, longer than that. Because I actually had at one point a one of the Smith and Wesson airweight revolvers, the double action only ones. That thing had like it was either a 12 or a 14 pound trigger pull to it, man. And I shit you not, I feel like I almost broke my finger trying to just pull the trigger on that gun. The couple times that I fired it and stuff. And that's the main reason why I got rid of it, is because of the fact that it was just too heavy. I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't deal with the heaviness of the trigger pull is what it was, dude. And that's why if I ever get another revolver ever again, I'm definitely getting a hammer revolver. Like I will never go hammerless again, and I will never go double action only again. The only reason I even got that gun at the time is because it was a good fucking trade off, dude. Is what it was. Like I definitely made out on that deal for sure. With that dude, that was like the only time I ever did a gun trade, because it was basically I was trying to sell my Ruger LCP. And then I found some dude who was willing to trade, and he's like, "Yeah, I got this," and I'm like, "Okay, cool." And I looked at, I was like, "Yeah, maybe." And I looked at the price difference between the two guns, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll take that deal." And I told him straight up, I'm like, "Yeah, just to make sure on this one, I'm not throwing cash in this." So, and he's like, "No, you're fine." And yeah, he gave me a fucking deal on that thing, dude, for real. Because you're talking about, I think the difference in price between those two was like a couple $100. So. Now, granted, that being said, I was cool when I threw some extra shit in for him, with my deal and stuff like that, because it wasn't just the gun that I, what you call it. I had like half a box of ammo and stuff that I threw in there because I wasn't going to use it ever again, specifically that caliber. And I was like, yeah, here you go. This is what's left of the box that I hadn't shot through, is what it was. And yeah, he was real nice about it and everything. And yeah, he gave me the revolver and a couple of things with it. He had changed out the grips on it, and I liked the grips on it quite a bit actually to what he changed them to. The only thing is that, like I said, if it wasn't for that heavy ass trigger pull, I would have definitely kept that revolver. But yeah, something I want to get into at some point here when I have money again would be one of the Taurus 942s, specifically in 22, as a potential backup gun when I'm constitutionally carrying, now that I can legally constitutional carry. Thank God the state passed that stuff again. Spent over a year and a half of my life basically. You might as well say lobbying without having a lobbying thing. Calling up lawmakers on a regular basis, bitching them out, being like, "Hey, when the fuck are you guys getting to the votes? Get to the fucking votes already! Get to the fucking votes already! Get the fucking votes already!" kind of thing. Obviously, I wasn't dropping F-bombs, but what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, get off your asses and get to the votes, man. Because that's the thing, man. You really, like, that's the one thing even my state rep told me when we were talking the other day. He was like, yeah, he's like, the one thing I did not realize until I got into government is how slowly this government works in this state. And I'm like, well, thanks for telling me that, bro. And that's the thing, dude. Like I said, like this year marks 25 years since a piece of constitutional carry legislation was introduced in Ohio, and we finally just now this year have constitutional carry, when we could have had it all the way back in like 2012, 2013, or no, I'm sorry, it was before that even. 2004, I think is when it was. I think wait, that sounds right. Whenever the hell we did concealed carry licensing system back then. I think that's when it was. It was like 2004, 2005, something like that. But yeah, we could have had it like 7 years after it was introduced to begin with, and it would have been then we could have had constitutional carry back in the early 2000s. But instead, they're like, no, we'd rather make you pay for your fucking constitutional rights with some bullshit ass legislation, dude. It's like, fuck that crap, dude. Fuck you. But anyway, yeah, I would definitely like that 1911 there, or some variation thereof, and even that Glock. If I could get like, I think that's like a Hogue grip on this Glock right here, because you can tell like, let me go ahead and zoom in on that a little bit. Yeah, you can see how it's got like that black to it. It's like an OD green frame that it's in there, and then it has like a black kind of like looks like grip tape or something on it. I think that might be like a Hogue grip it has around it, or whatever it is there, dude. I would like something like that, but my thing is, if I'm gonna get something like that, it's not gonna be made by Glock itself. It's gonna be made by like Lone Wolf Industries or something like that that actually makes like a better, more superior Glock, is what it is, dude. Because the thing is, they've actually taken the thing with Lone Wolf Industries is they're the company that has basically taken what used to be, Glock's outdated design from like 35 years ago or so, or actually no, it's longer than that. It's like 40 years ago now. Or 42 years maybe. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember exactly when 1980 was, which now I think about it was like 42 years ago. But yeah, so you're talking about like a design that's over 40 years old now, and they have never really updated that design or anything like that, dude. And you have companies like Lone Wolf Industries that have done that now because they're like the aftermarket companies and shit. And then they basically created their own. It's called the I believe it's LTD 19 or something like that. And yeah, that thing, I have seen other YouTubers that are gun people and stuff do various reviews on that gun. And dude, that thing is one of the best point of aim shooters I've ever seen in my entire life, honestly, dude. And that's how guns should be out of the box, by the way. If you're going to be able to pull a gun out of a box and, load up a mag into it and fucking fire it off, and that's how it should be able to be fucking done from the factory. And then the factory, sends it to the gun shop and stuff like that, and then you buy from the gun shop. Like, that's exactly how it should be. It should come out of the factory where it's able to be, taken out of the box, loaded up, and fired out, basically. And the one thing that does bother me, this is something I've heard people say here in the last week or so, is you had somebody who works apparently for a gun store who was saying that I guess there was a guy that came into their gun store or whatever recently, and he had bought something. I forget exactly what gun it was. And he was going home and he was putting he was like basically doing shit, I'm trying to think what I'm saying now. He was testing it out with different ammunitions and stuff like that without taking it to the range or anything like that. And apparently he was like, yeah, the FMJs that I put, into it were, basically racking through the slide and stuff like that worked fine, and they were seating properly and stuff like that. And he's like, but then I put these, hollow points into it and they wouldn't feed at all. Like they were basically all fucked up or whatever. And the guy's like, oh, did you ever take it to the range and put, 500 rounds through it? And he's like, no. And the guy's like, oh, well, that's your problem. You don't have any breaking period. And it's like, well, first of all, man, you should, this is my biggest issue with that whole thing. You shouldn't need to take a gun you just bought and have a fucking break-in period of 500 or 1,000 rounds, where the fuck it's going to be through it, dude. Like, that's ridiculous. That if they're going to have that be a thing, the companies that are making these firearms should be doing that for you at the fucking factory and being like, okay, just to let you know, this gun already has 500 fucking rounds through it. Now granted, that would never happen because obviously you would have like a thing. But even if that be the case, like even if them putting like a mag through it or whatever the case be, just to make sure that like, okay, put a whole, like, or even like 2/3 of a mag of like, jacketed hollow, or not jacketed hollow points, of Full Metal Jacket, and like, you have like let's go ahead and say for instance like a Taurus. Like a Taurus is a 12-round magazine. You have 8 rounds of FMJs in it, and then the last 4 rounds would be hollow points. If that thing can't feed all 12 of those from factory, being built, a few hours before that or whatever the case be, from the ground up, they should do something where it can all the way to its concept of being able to be sold then, dude. And it's the same thing across the board, whether it be a Glock, whether it be a SIG, whether it be anything else for that matter. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. To sit there and tell people like, oh no, you got to have a break-in period and spend X amount of dollars on 500 plus rounds of ammo just to shoot through this fucking gun so that they can then feed hollow points. Fuck that, dude. That's ridiculous. That's fucking stupid. That's like the dumbest bullshit I've ever heard in my entire life, honestly. So, anyway. But yeah. It's, like I said, it's just really dumb. And it's one of those things that I think, in some cases, I think it is a misnomer, honestly, because I don't think you need to feed 500 rounds through a gun for it to be a break-in period. It could be like, 50, 100 for that matter, even. But yeah, you should, like, my thing is, like, you should be wanting to actually shoot a gun anyway, like at least a few mags through it or whatever to begin with. But again, it shouldn't be a standard requirement for gun companies across the board to be like, oh, you have to fire 500 rounds for this gun for it to actually be working with hollow points at that point. Like, that's just stupid, man. Oh, it can't feed your carry ammo because it doesn't have enough rounds broken in through it now. Like, that's just fucking stupid entirely. But anyway, where the hell was I even at with this whole thing? I don't even know. I'm just rambling again. Oh yeah. But yeah, going over to this pistol right here, like I said earlier, that 1911 looks pretty cool. And you can definitely tell it has like some kind of like light or laser on the front of it there. So I'm not sure that, I don't know exactly what company makes that then, if that be the case, because that has to be a rail on that for it to be able to lock into place like that. And most, as far as I'm aware, there's a lot of 1911s that don't have a rail like that, so that would have to be a newer one then. But anyway, and then of course that has, I'm pretty sure, like I said, that seems like it's a Mossberg Shockwave just looking at the size of it right there. And then yeah, you can see the bird's head grip right there on the second hook. So that would be what, like a 3+1, 4+1, something like that. So it makes sense they only have the 4 on the side then for that side saddle. My thing is, if I'm gonna have a shotgun for self-defense though, it's not gonna be something like that, dude. Like, that's just like we're talking about, like, home defense kind of thing or whatever. That's just bad deal waiting to happen right there, dude. If I'm gonna have any kind of shotgun, it would be an actual, like, you know, stock that I can put into my shoulder kind of shotgun and stuff like that. It's not gonna be a fucking, like a 12 or a 20 gauge or whatever. That's gonna be me having to basically hold it in one hand and then have like some kind of strap or whatever to where I can put my hand through and, like basically have it, gripping that pump action to actually, mitigate recoil and not have it smack me in the fucking face or something like that. So I don't know, man. It's just whatever. But yeah, like I said, dude, looking at that Chris Vector though, that gun, like, I don't know who thought that was a good idea for that design. Like, that just looks, it just looks beyond retarded is what it looks like, dude. Like, it just looks dumb. And it looks even stupider with that fucking, like, weird ass, like, brace on it, dude. Like, that side folding brace there. Like, yeah, it just looks super, super funky as fuck, honestly, dude. Actually, I was when I was doing my concept design for my gun that I'm trying to create right now, my original thing was when they did the 22 version of Chris Vectors and stuff like that. I looked at this gun for the first time and stuff like that when it was the 22 configuration and stuff. I was thinking about something where it's like, is there a way to do like some kind of weird thing where you'd have like, mag number 1 where it would be like right there and you'd have like the porthole and stuff for the spent shell casings to shoot out of and stuff. And then you'd have like a second one here in the back where it would be like your actual like pistol grip, but there'd be like a second mag within the pistol grip somehow. And you would basically have like almost like 2 barrels is what it would be. You'd have the first barrel that would be down here where the actual barrel is there, right in front of the little hook thing there. And then you'd have where the port thing is there, you would almost have like it would be off to the side is what it would be, but you'd have like a second barrel that would come out like a little bit more extended is what it is. So instead of it being like, like like maybe like a 5 or 6 inch barrel, it'd be like maybe like a 10-inch barrel or something like that. And you'd either have them shooting the same exact caliber or shooting like different calibers as it would be. And I don't know if that would even be possible. I don't think it would be. But yeah, then we got into the whole different design of like a whole different thing. Then, and of course, it became like what it is now, which I'm not going to talk about what it is now because, again, it's still concept pending and basically patent pending is what it is for the way the design is. But yeah, Chris Vector's an interesting gun though, and I've seen it in a few things. I know it was in Purge Anarchy and stuff like that. They used it in that movie to pretty good success, but I think those were actually full autos in that movie, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, other than that, like I don't know. It just seems like it almost seems like a giant brick is what I'd say on it, dude. Like it almost seems like a weird, it seems like if we took a piece of concrete or a couple like pieces of concrete and just like smashed them on the ground and you came out with a Chris Vector is what it was, dude. It's just a weird gun. It's just a weird looking gun. So, but yeah, like I said, that desert camo rattle can AR looks pretty cool there. I'm not really sure what kind of grip that is on it though, but yeah, my with the Magpul furniture on there, which the one that I built actually has something similar, except it's not a Magpul stock. There, it would be a Lakota Off stock, which is basically just like the Chinese fucking knockoff, is what it is. And then my version doesn't have obviously suppressor on it. It has a linear comp on the front there, but it's exactly what I wanted. The only difference between mine and this thing is that I wouldn't have all the crazy like EOTech and everything else like that on top of there. It'd be like basically just a basic budget fucking optic and stuff like that, and maybe some flip up sights then. And my thing is though is I probably I probably will at some point change my pistol grip out to something similar to this one if that be the case. And then the only other thing I would do to my AR right now would be I plan on getting an oversized charging handle for it at some point in the future. But that's the only differences I would make between that and its factory configurations would be I'd get rid of the that basic mil spec pistol grip that comes in all the kits and shit and upgrade to something else then, like probably like a Magpul one or something similar to that effect. And then I would take the basic charging handle and swap it for an oversized one, so I'd have better control of doing loading and shit then. So, because right now, like I said, with my arthritis in my hands and stuff like that, I definitely would need. I was looking into it, and I definitely need an oversized charging handle then, because it is a lot harder to do it with a regular one than it is to do with the oversized ones. So, but yeah, that would be the only differences I would actually make though. Is would be those two things then would be basically the pistol grip itself from the regular configuration to something else, and then have the charging handle be different then. But yeah, everything else would be the same then. And overall, that build was like, trying to even think now. I think it was right under 500 or something, like right under $5. So, which is not bad, not bad at all. I wish it would have been a little bit cheaper than that actually. And if I'd thought better of it, because of the pain in the ass it's been to even build the damn thing, I should have never bought the strip lower for it. I should have just bought something from. I should have just got a lower or something from like PSA or somebody like that, and just had them send it to the fucking FFL, paid the transfer fees and shit like that, and got it done. And then basically bought the upper off of Delta Team then. So, and it would have been a lot easier for me to get it done then than the pain in the ass I've had to go through to get it done now. So, but yeah, so that one's pretty interesting looking. And like I said, I do like this dude's like scout rifle, sniper rifle, whatever you call it there. I would love to know if that's like a 308 bolt gun or if that's like a 338 or what it is. And actually, that looks like it has uh, a sleeve of some kind for the pistol grip there, for like better contact or something maybe. And then yeah, like I said, that scar is an interesting looking configuration, but yeah, just looking at the fucking back of it, you just see that weird boot, the UGG boot and stuff like that, and it's like what has been seen cannot be unseen ever, dude. So, but yeah, then the guy's got like it looks like a few scopes and shit here, and then some other stuff there, and yeah, then got his bunch of mags there, a bunch of ammo and like clip configurations or something, and then a bunch more mags up here and shit, and then a few more mags for the bolt gun then. So, and like I said, I'm still trying to figure out what the hell these things are on the bottom here. Like I said, unless it's like some like one of those weird like bees nest or what the hell they're called, where it would be the ones that shoot like 50 rounds of fucking 22 at once or whatever, but you have to have like the bottom part of the um like a launcher thing for it on a gun. I'm not sure what the fuck that is then. So like that's the only thing I can't figure out in that picture is like what the hell those things are. If anybody knows, please tell me. I would love to know. Because it just looks weird. Like they just look weird. For those interested in what I'm talking about these like gold things right here on the thing, and there's like two that are like black on the top there. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell those are, dude. So it's just weird. But yeah, like I said, I thought this was a pretty cool picture. Found this on Twitter the other day. Some guy was talking about his 2A collection and stuff like that. And yeah, it's something to basically talk about and discuss all night here. So yeah, I think that's where we're going to leave it off at after 3 hours now because I've rambled like a motherfucker. And hopefully, when I click on the thing here in about 5 minutes, it'll actually be like, okay, cool, we're back on again. And if that be the case, I'm going to be like, you know what? I know that you're back in business and stuff like that. And if my things aren't still active, then I'm just going to say fuck it and go to bed then because I am tired. I am tired. I do not feel well. And yeah, it's not been a good day for me anyway. I just, yeah. Tired, sad. Uh, hoping this country gets back to square one again, but I don't think it will until, you know, serious things happen. And like I said, outside of balkanization or something similar to that, like nothing's ever going to change, I don't think. You're going to keep having the status quo be a thing, and stupid people are going to keep voting Democrat, and they're going to wonder why their, you know, cities and depending on the states are all hell pockets. And it's like, yeah, well, you know, you voted the worst people possible into office, and then you wonder why you're getting the fallout of it. So, you know, and like I said, there's a lot of Republicans that ain't any better, dude. And if we were a true just society right now, we would tell both parties to kick fucking rocks and start fresh with like 20 to 50 political parties across the board, or 100 for that matter, even. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing 50 just to represent all 50 states, is what it is, dude. I think that'd be interesting. And yeah, I'd love to see a lot of people run as constitutionalists and win. And if somebody's going to run as a legit communist and win, again, that's the stupid people who voted for him, is what it was, dude. But I'd rather have that be a known factor up front and center than to have, you know, people come out of the woodwork and be like, no, I'm totally not that thing. And then they'll sit there and as soon as they get into office, push those ideologies and stuff like that, dude. You know, that communist, socialist, Marxist ideology. And it's like, no, go fuck yourself, Breadline Bernie and company. Seriously. Actually, what's interesting is if you look at the people that should no longer be sitting senators right now, I know that piece of shit Cory Booker pushed some kind of thing to fuck over FFLs now here recently. He should no longer be a sitting senator right now because of running for president in 2020. Kamala should have been thrown out of the Senate when she ran and failed. You should have had Elizabeth Warren also tossed out. You should have had Bernie Sanders also tossed out. You should have had Amy Klobuchar also tossed out. And I'm trying to think now. So it would be Kamala, Cory Booker, Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, Bernie Sanders. And then you would have had on the House side that asshole Eric Sowell. And I believe there was a couple sitting governors as well that were running at the time, including that asswipe Jay Inslee. So, yeah, you should have had multiple people have to vacate their seats of power, dude, including that moron Jay Inslee. Now, granted, would things have been any better under his lieutenant governor? I don't even know who that is, by the way, because I don't live in Washington State. So I never bothered to look it up either. I know that Bob Ferguson is their AG, and the only reason I know that asshole is because he was the fucking douchebag that literally wrote their fucking anti-gun legislation there that was passed as their mag bans and shit. And it's like, bro, how the fuck are you still a sitting attorney general in that state? Seriously. Like, again, this is why I've talked to my own people about doing recall voting here in the state of Ohio, and this is what we should have across the board at a nationwide level even. It's like, no, you should be able to recall anybody for any reason, dude, at any time, honestly. Especially if they're oath breaking sacks of shit, dude. And like I've said before, if they wanted to make it to where it was like, okay, you have to prove that like these people committed a crime or whatever the case be, or they're like breaking their oath to office or something like that, like, okay, done and done. It's like, yeah, they've broken their oath by pushing this anti-gun legislation and then trying to pass it is what it is, dude. Like, they're done. They can be recalled now. And yeah, it should be as simple as that, really, is what it is. And again, it goes back to something that I've said before in this episode where you have entire general assemblies that are being controlled by one major city, is what it is. Or in the case of, a lot of places like Ohio would be like multiple major cities and stuff like that. But then again, thank God we have enough rural areas and enough districts in rural areas to where it's the rural townships and stuff like that that actually are able to have the supermajority in our state house right now, and hopefully they'll extend that lead and stuff like that. I would honestly love to see come the end of the year if we do make it, to election without it being a bunch of clusterfuck shit where they try to cancel it and whatnot. I would love to see Ohio flip at least 2 more seats red. And actually, when I look at that, I would say maybe 4 more seats red, so that way we can actually like ditch a couple of the rhinos and stuff like that on the opposite side. So you'd have like those 2 flip blue, and then you'd have like 4 flip red, and so you'd have like 66 exactly, and they could basically lockstep toss every Democrat out of office. And after that, dude. And the reason I stopped talking for a second there is I thought I just heard some weird shit outside or in my back door area. So my hand is literally on a gun right now, just to be clear on that one, dude, because yeah, that was kind of fucking creepy, honestly. You know, and I'm gonna say it like it is before we leave here, man. Ever since I was robbed last year, I've been on edge for the whole fucking time now, dude. Like, shit can set me off real quick, is what it is, dude. When it comes to just hearing things and whatnot, especially after that robbery last year. And I know we heard shit outside, and I think people were trying to come back again. So all right. I'm going to go ahead and end this episode off then, because we are over 3 hours now. And I got to go check some stuff just to make sure that there's nobody creeping around some of my fucking house is what it is right now. So anyway, since it's almost 5 a.m. right now. But yeah, that's it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed my ramblings. Like I said, anybody that was here the entire time or, came in and watched more than 10 minutes of my stream, good on you. If you watched the entire 3 hours plus now, you are the real champ in this situation, dude. But yeah, I think we covered enough. I think we covered a bunch of stuff in this, though, dude. We did cover quite a few things. We covered, the other stream I was part of. We covered a couple times. We covered one of the insurrection acts in this country's history. We covered a bunch of 2A stuff. We covered that Ohio judge should be disbarred over the whole, abortion thing, etc., etc. We talked about gaming a little bit here and these fucking maintenance bullshit here. So, yeah, I think we discussed a lot of good things here. But yeah, other than that, it was fun. And like I said, I'm most likely gonna not ever go on that other dude's panel again. Then if that be the case, which the thing is, like, it was interesting. I'll say it like that, dude. The first time I went on there was interesting. I got to say my piece and a couple things, and I didn't stay for that long. I dipped out pretty quick, but yeah, there is some things that if you're gonna be like, my thing is, if you're gonna be talking about my state, I like to be involved in conversations about it, because it's like, you're gonna be discussing something here in Ohio, and it's like, well, actually, here's the thing for you, and that's the thing. Like, the reason I went on that guy's panel the first time around was it was like they were talking about different things or whatever the case be, and I'm like, well, as of a couple months ago, we have constitutional carry now, and it's like a whole thing there and shit. And they were like, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah. So, um, I should honestly, I should look at the demographics for the past 3 months now and see how much has actually really changed, if anything, since constitutional carry has gone into effect here. I don't think a lot has, honestly. And the big thing is because, again, people don't, either they don't know that it actually is in effect now, or they're not arming themselves versus criminals, is what it is. Because, again, you have a lot of people, especially in major cities, you have a lot of major cities lean blue. And, having some of those people in my family and talking with them about firearms ownership, they tend to not want to be gun owners, is what it is, dude. They tend to, fall out of wanting to defend themselves and, potentially their other loved ones, is what it is. And it's like, that's fine and all, but then if you're the victim of a violent crime, like, you could have prevented this, is what it is. So I don't know, man. It is what it is. And unfortunately, I don't think you're ever going to change everybody's mindset on certain topics and, things. And it's sad to me that you have, the political pendulum and stuff like that has swung to the point where it has sort of made it as a thing where it's like, oh, only right wing people are gun owners and stuff like that. It's like, no, bro, there's a lot on every political spectrum, is what it is. Now, granted, yeah, there's a lot more that are, tend to lean conservative or right, or centrist right, or libertarian right, or whatever it is, dude. And there's also a bunch that are, moderate leftist or something else for that matter. And then there's, of course, some of these people that are just like extreme leftists and stuff like that, like your Antifa types and shit, dude. So, which, mind you, half of them people or more should obviously be convicted felons right now. So it's like, how the hell are they getting access to firearms then, dude? Doesn't make any sense, man, at all. Until you realize it's these fucking, Soros paid DAs, etc., that are letting them off with slaps on the wrist and shit, is what it is, dude. And so they're never giving them convictions to where they become felons, is what it is. Or if they are going to charge them with anything, they'll make sure that those felonies get pled down to misdemeanors and stuff like that, so they can have, 50, 100 misdemeanors on their fucking records and stuff like that, instead of multiple violent felonies and shit like that. And of course, because of that, then they can legally still purchase firearms, is what it is, dude. And it's absolute crap entirely. Because neither should these people have the right to keep and bear arms, nor should they have the right to vote in this country. And the fact that these scumbag fucking bought and paid for DAs are giving them the ability to do both those things is absolute bullshit, dude. When these violent ass criminals should be in prison right now for decades to come, is what it is, if not the rest of their lives, honestly, dude. And it's funny to me too, because again, you have these, Marxist groups like that, whether it be your BLMs, etc. there, or not BLM, whether it be your Antifa, etc. there, who, I think if you break it down by an individual basis when it comes to, criminality and stuff like that, yeah, there probably is more like individual black criminals and stuff like that, dude. But then there's these mobs of, communist terrorists like Antifa that are in places and stuff like that, dude, and have, led to an uptick in these violent crimes and stuff like that, dude. I mean, hell, you had that one Trump supporter guy, Aaron J. Danielson, literally fucking murdered in the streets of Portland, Oregon, shot in the back by some dickless fucking commie, is what it was, dude, who was a white dude, who then he himself tried to go, shoot at the cops and stuff like that, and they smoked his ass in response is what it was. So, yeah, it's a whole fucking thing, dude. Now, granted, what pisses me off about the whole situation, if you actually ever saw the original video footage, which I did, you had this fucking little dickless Antifa motherfucker who had a camera rolling, made sure to conveniently point it at people's feet so he wouldn't be showing the fucking faces of any of the BLM and Antifa terrorists that were part of this fucking murder plot. And then you had anywhere from 10 to 12 other assholes besides the fucking shooter that were all part of this shit, dude, including 3 or 4 people in a fucking black Dodge Challenger that jumped out after Aaron was murdered and were trying to pick up spent shell casings by flashing around fucking flashlights to see if they could shine them and shit like that, dude. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. And none of those assholes were picked up as far as I'm aware to this day, man. And that was like, what, 2 years ago or more? Like 26 months, something like that now. It's like, damn, dude. It's just infuriating, bro. It really is. And then you wonder why they keep having this uptick in violence there. And again, it's because they keep letting these same pieces of shit revolving door back on the fucking streets, dude. And it's all these liberal ass bastions. It's all these Democrat hell pockets, is what it is, dude. So, and if they don't put law and order in place, or they, and the thing is, like I said, going back to the, Upper Arlington area there, they'll of course have, cops and law enforcement and, law and order in their actual places that they live in. But of course, they don't give a fuck about where you live. They don't give a fuck about where their constituents live. They're just like, no, go ahead and vote for me here, please, and put me in there for another 2 years, or what the fuck it's going to be now. Or if it's, state senate, it's 4 years then. And, it's a bunch of shit, dude, entirely. Or if you're going to go federally, it's 6 years for federal senate. And it's like, no, how about we tell you to go fuck yourself, dude? And we don't vote your dumbass in there ever again, is what it is. So, but yeah, I think that's the problem right now, is people just need to wake up and, change something here, man. Like I said, whether it be how they vote, whether it be us just running for office ourselves at this point, whether it be realizing the whole thing is a fucking failed experiment entirely and just balkanizing, whatever the case be, I think there's several solutions that could all end in, various stages and stuff, and none of them would ever have to be violent, dude, is what it is. That's what people don't realize. You can have stuff be non-violent. The problem is, of course, there's going to be an individual or two or a few here and there, whatever it is, that always tend to take it to violence, and it's unfortunate. And those are the people that need to be called out, dude. Those are people that need to be, excommunicated out and stuff like that, and be like, nah, bro, like, you are not part of this. Go fuck yourself, kind of thing. We don't need that crap here, If the time arises where that is like the last fucking, play in the book or whatever the case be, and you got to rip that shit out or whatever is like a last ditch effort kind of thing, dude, then, maybe then, but that should never be the first or only solution, is what it is, dude. You should always go with something else before that. You should always try to exhaust all other options before it would ever come to violence. And unfortunately, I believe truthfully, we are coming, closer and closer in history right now to where unfortunately all other options are being exhausted already and nothing is working. And I just hope and pray, man, that we don't see that day where you have just crazy shit happen very soon, dude. Because I fear what's going to happen here by the end of this year and early next year, dude. I don't like what we're seeing. I really, 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 really don't like the way that our country is headed right now. And I think, like I said, like there are days where I'm having to basically get out of my own head again because I'm seeing big picture stuff, and the big picture stuff is bringing tears to my eyes, man. Because it's going to be some bad things happening, and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good for anybody. It's especially not going to be good for the American people at this point, dude. And you know, the way that we are heading right now, like I said earlier, it's like lemmings off a fucking cliff, man. I don't know about the rest of you, but I sure as hell ain't no lemming, dude. I would for sure be the, you know, the entity, if you will, that would turn the other side, turn the other way, and, you know, run the opposite direction or run parallel or whatever it is, dude. If you ever watched that movie 1917, the way that one kid runs, where he like starts around the battlefield or whatever the case be, and then he's like running sideways and shit, and like knocks into people and stuff. That's kind of who I would want to be, honestly, because there's a part in that movie, in that scene, where you have all the dudes like trying to advance out or whatever, and then they were going to get slaughtered by the the Nazis and shit. And because of the way that this dude runs out, and then he starts like running parallel is what it is, to try to get to a different part of the encampment to where the military brass is. He ends up knocking into, I think, at least one guy, if not more than one. And the thing is, like, you think about that logistically speaking, he saved at least that dude's life, because otherwise that guy would have ran into battle and been probably mowed down in a hail of gunfire, dude, by the German military there, by the actual Nazi SS and shit. So yeah, like that's a huge thing to talk about, man. And I'm sure that a lot of those kind of things happened throughout history, especially in wars and shit, dude, where you had like some dude basically defy orders or whatever, dude, and directly do what he needed to do to get shit done. Or even in that same vein of things, it could have been a chick, for that matter, defying orders and do what she needed to do to get shit done. And that soldier, if you will, because they defied those orders and did their thing, maybe saved one life, maybe saved countless lives. And I'd like to think, as the son of a Korean War veteran, which is what I am, that my father's service to this country will never die in vain. And I believe if he were alive today at 88 years old, he would be disgusted by what he has seen come of this country in his son's lifetime. And I think, honestly, it's reasons like this are exactly why I'm doing what I'm doing, or exactly why I'm doing the Oathbreakers series, why I'm calling out these fucking scumbags in every major party in this country, dude. Because I'm just sick and tired of it, dude. Because I'm sick and tired of it. And by the way, for those interested, there was a video that was posted by News to Share yesterday. It was probably about 2 dozen or so dipshits that were trying to march on Lindsey Graham's house over Lindsey Graham apparently submitting a piece of legislation that would be a 15-week ban on all abortion across the board at a federal level. I hate Lindsey Graham more than the average person, because I know kind of a scumbag rhino sack of shit he really is, dude. But that being said, fuck all those fucking people too, man. because they are the worst fucking parts of humanity right now, dude. Because they're the ones that are sitting there being like, nah, we should be able to have abortion on demand and without consequence up to the moment of birth. Or you should just be exiled from this fucking country and told to go fuck yourself while you're being thrown out to another country, dude. Like, how about that? How about that, okay? Like, that's the thing, dude. I would much rather see something like that where it's these people just get put in a permanent exile and literally be fucking shipped off to another country entirely, dude. And then they can just be dealt with over there by somebody else is what it is, dude. Like, not my problem anymore kind of thing is what it is, dude. Or not America's problem anymore is what it would be then. It's like, hey, Middle East, I hear you all are lacking some people. Here you go. So, but yeah, seriously though, that'd be funny to see that shit though. I'll tell you what, those leftists, if they ever went to those kind of countries, dude, and found out firsthand like what that shit really was, they would be shitting their fucking britches because they would learn firsthand like what they're really supporting and how dumb their support of it is, honestly, dude. So yeah, it's just craziness, dude. And again, it does go back to that culture clash thing where, you know, if two things cannot mesh, they will butt heads, and it's as simple as that, man. If you can't have cohesion between those two things where they can actually come together and have a mutual understanding and stuff like that, and have, you know, whether it be mutual admiration or whether it be, you know, just an uneasy truce and stuff like that, then there's going to be conflict no matter what. And we've seen it throughout history time and again, dude. You know, we see it every single time an empire falls, whether it be the fall of Rome, whether it be, you know, everything else in between that matter. Hell, you've seen it many times over when it came to insurrection acts throughout this country's history for that matter, dude. And that's the thing, you know, people want to talk about America all the time, and you know they're like, oh my god, America's so racist, or oh my god, America's so sexist, or oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, kind of thing, whatever the case be. Or it's like, you know, and you got other people on the flip side of that coin being like, no, America's the greatest country ever and stuff like that. But you never really have people who will go and deep dive and be like, well, you know what, America was a crazy revolution type of country, dude. Like, there was way more than just that first one, baby. There was a shitload of revolts since then is what it was, dude. You know, there was a shitload of human atrocity since then, is what it is. And, you know, if you're not going to pay attention to history and you're not going to actually, you know, be up on point with that stuff, you are going to be doomed to repeat it at some point, dude. And yeah, it might not be a direct copy of what happened, you know, 60, 80, 100 years ago, whatever, dude, but it'll be close. It'll be a similar playbook. It'll be, you know, a similar outcome for the most part. And unfortunately, when people finally wake up and realize that, it may already be too late for them. And that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, now is the time. Like, if you're not, like, seriously, if you're not prepared with at least like a couple of weeks worth of food right now, dude, or more, you're going to be in for some rough shit when the railway strike happens in a couple of days, dude. Like, you're probably going to get fucked pretty quick here, is what it'll be, dude. And it's not going to be a good time for you. It's not going to be a good time for you. It's not going to be a good time for your family. And like I said, you may see people start robbing people for food pretty soon, dude. You know, I would hate to say it, but I could see, honestly, America in the next 6 months to a year. You know, of all things coming to fruition, it would be the Alex Jones fucking eat thy neighbor's rant kind of thing, dude. Where you just have society collapse in such quick fashion, people are just willing to go full cannibal. And I'll tell you what, man, I will not live to see that day. Like, I just won't. I just won't, dude. Like, I'm done after that, dude. Like, if it comes to that shit, I'm gonna be like, okay, y'all can eat me, ding, and be done with it, dude. You know, it'd be like that that one scene in the movie Resident Evil where the dude is trying to you know, save the last one for himself kind of thing or whatever. And he's like shooting the zombies with a revolver and stuff like that, and then goes to like put the last one in his dome, and the gun's empty. Imagine that though. Imagine that though. Honestly, like you don't survive the herd or whatever, dude, and you think you have like one more round, and you don't, and then you just are screaming in fucking agony while they're literally ripping you apart and eating you. Oh man, that's a horrible nightmare to think about right there. Honestly, dude, I would hate to ever experience that shit. I'll tell you that right now, dude. And yeah, not a fun time at all, man. That being said, before we finish this off today, since we're like 3.5 hours in now, we are going to finish this off in a minute or two, actually. But I'm gonna finish off with this actually. So there was a movie that came out in 2004. Some people think it was 2005, but it was actually March, I believe, 16th, 2004, which was Dawn of the Dead, the remake, the modern day one that had Sarah Pauli in it. By the way, that chick was fucking fine as hell, but dude, I would fucking pound that pussy into the ground. 2004. But that's besides the point on that one. But yeah, she is a fucking smoking hot chick in that movie, dude. Now, granted, since then she has hit the wall and not as good looking nowadays in 2022 and stuff like that. But yeah, 18 years ago, whoo, baby, oof, yeah, man, I would have, oof, for real. But yeah. So anyway, and then also Kim Potier, I think is what that girl's name is, or Portier, something like that. She's a Canadian actress. She was the one that was getting fucked in that movie by the dude that played the father in Modern Family. Um, that chick, I would actually like to see as a Sue Storm candidate for an Invisible Woman type, as like an older Sue Richards then in a Fantastic Four movie. I think she could make a good contender. I think Abby Cornish could make a good contender in that movie. And I think there's another one I was thinking of offhand that I can't think what her name is offhand right now. But yeah, like those two chicks, and there was like a third one that I was thinking of the other day that would be like an older actress that could be in that role as well. But yeah, needless to say though, like going back to Dawn of Dead though. So my thing is, because obviously that was the last 2004 was the last year the Saltman's band and stuff like that. So it would have been when they were filming that, I believe it was in like the late part of 2003. So that would have been the 9th out of 10 years of the Assault's ban. So obviously, when you look at that movie, all the guns that are in that are all stuff that was not banned at the time. So it would have been a bunch of shotguns, a bunch of revolvers, a bunch of handguns, etc., or like bolt action rifles or whatever the case be. And my thing is, if you were limited to that stuff in a grid down, like let's go ahead and say you live in a fucking state like California or whatever the case be, and you couldn't get like AR-15s or whatever, which I've heard talk that you can get the shit. It's just you're limited to 10-round mags and stuff like that. But my thing is like, thinking about that particular concept of stuff when it comes to, potentially like if they were to ever make an assault with man for real now or whatever, and you had a zombie apocalypse, like what would be your go-to? Like, would you go, like bolt action rifle? Would you go, shotgun? And like, what kind of handgun would you have? Or, if you're going to go like another different kinds of rifle, what kind of lever gun would you go with? And I've been thinking about this for a long, long time now, for like about probably a good 6 months to a year now. And it's just because it's something that keeps coming back in my mind and stuff. And my thinking is, if I was ever going to be in that kind of scenario, there are two guns that I would want, honestly, as my loadout kit. And it would be, you would have either Henry X model, or it would be a Marlin Dark in 357. So it'd be lever guns, both of them are. So that would be my go-to rifle. And then I would have I believe it's Smith & Wesson R8 is what they're called. It was the gun that Maggie used in The Walking Dead. I believe it was the season. They were in Alexandria for the first season there. So it would be like season 5, I believe, or 6, one of those two. But yeah, it was the revolver that she was carrying around there. It's an 8-shot revolver. So you have 8 shots of 357 or 38 special in that. And then you potentially have your different lever gun that has, 8, 9 rounds of whatever in it then, dude. And my thing is, you could pimp those out like pretty cool and stuff, dude. So where you could have like a couple extra rounds on the side, maybe or something like that as well, to like do like reloads and shit. And then my thinking is, you would basically have, or at least I would have, uh, some interesting bandolier kind of deals where it would be, you would almost have like, it would be like a triple bandolier basically is what I would carry around on me. So you would have, there would be one around my waist that would be basically a modern day uh like holster setup, sort of like old west style, and you would have the entire back part of the holster loaded with individual rounds of 357 in them. You would have the R8 in that holster, and then you would have the lever gun as like your primary weapon and stuff, and you would have a bandolier going each way to basically form an X across your chest area, and both of those bandoliers would be loaded full of that ammunition as well. So, or if nothing else, if I was going to go that route, maybe um, I'm trying to even think now because I'm not so sure that they would even make, because I was thinking about like loadout kits and stuff like that, because most of those are designed for like AR mags and stuff like that. So my thinking is like, would there be one that you could basically put ammunition in to where it wouldn't be just like rattling around when you're like running and shit for it? So it'd almost be like something on your chest, like a chest protector kind of thing or whatever, that just has like essentially like a zipper to it. And then you just have like, 50 rounds of fucking, 357, 38, whatever you can pull out of your fucking, chest rig is what it would be then, to do like reloads with and shit. And my thinking is like, I would almost rather go bandolier style on that one, because if that be the case, then like you would have time where you could just like yank a couple of rounds out or whatever the case be and like flip them in real quick and shit. And you could get like very proficient with that. The only back issue with that would be is you would almost have to have something on it as like a weatherproof kind of deal if that be the case then, because of course, if you're going to be walking around in the sun and shit all the time with that and the grid down and whatnot, like those are eventually going to have, like different, weather markings to them, or, like something where, whether it be like rain or sunshine or whatever it is, dude, to where it could be, potential for like a cracked casing or something like that, or, water leaking into something somewhere in there or something like that. Maybe you got a bad primer or something because of that shit. That's why I'd almost like to have it in like some kind of like a bag or a box or something like that within a bag or something, because then you could have like a better thing is what it is then. But yeah, either way, it's like, it would be interesting. It would be interesting to, have like sort of a loadout kit like that or something like that. And then, basically have it be something where it's like, yeah, now you got this kind of deal or whatever the case be. And I think you could actually have a much better um type of kit that way, and it wouldn't be an issue. And nothing else, like, are you really, unarmed or underarmed or whatever the case be, if you're going to go into something where you have to leave your, rifle behind and like hidden someplace or whatever, but you still have your revolver on you and stuff, because I don't think you would, honestly. Like, 8 rounds of something, dude, is going to be a big deal, what it is, dude. And especially if you can have something where it is, 8 rounds of like a very powerful cartridge and stuff like that, that would be an interesting one. That being said, I've also had people say, no, you should go with like a 12 gauge shotgun or a 20 gauge shotgun or something like that, because again, it's a lot easier to load shot shells and stuff like that than it would be to reload like 357 or 38 or whatever the case be. And I do sort of agree with that to some extent, because again, like, how, like, and this is something I've, discussed with people over the years and stuff like that, especially since 2020, was, back when I became a gunner and stuff like that. And this was back in like early to mid 2019. And I was like, okay, how many people, because I was thinking about like, what are the, you know, most popular calibers out there, and then it's like secondary popularity and so forth and so on. And it's like, okay, so you have like, your 9 mil or your fucking, 45 maybe or something like that. as like top contenders for like handgun ammo. And of course, you could say 22 as well, depending here and there, because there's a bunch of 22 handguns out there now and revolvers and shit like that as well, whether it be, actual pistols or revolvers or whatever the case be, which I would never trust that for self defense, especially in a semi automatic. And, you guys know that story. It's because I had my own issue where I had um, my Taurus TX22 on the first round. It did not fire because the primer and stuff like that in there, the priming powder of the round. So, yeah, if I was ever going to have like a 22 for self defense, it would be a revolver, and that's it. But, yeah, so that was basically that whole thing. And then my thinking is that, you know, it's like, okay, so what are your primary ones? And it's like, 9 mil, and then it would be like probably like 45, and then maybe 22 or whatever the case be. And then you would also have, like 12 gauge, and then of course 20 gauge would be like a lesser, uh, like secondary caliber. And then I would think, honestly, for like secondary handgun calibers, you'd have like 37 or 38 special, whatever the case be, or 44 Magnum or 44 special for that matter, which I think are even like, I think honestly, like 44 mag or 44 special would be even less than 357 actually. So you'd have that be like a third, like almost like a third category, whereas 357 would be like a secondary category of, ammunition and stuff like that. And then of course you'd have, for rifle calibers across the board, you'd have, 223 556 or 762 by 39. And then I believe honestly, like there are less people that have like 308 and shit like that. So you'd have like 308 or 762 by 51, and then so forth and so on. Or it would be, if you're going to talk about like weird, like um, niche cartridges and stuff like that, you'd have like 338 Lapua and shit, which, how many people actually own a 338 Lapua? And it's not a whole lot. And, like, yeah, there's some here and there, but again, it's one of those things where unless you have like because most of those guns that come in that caliber and stuff, dude, are thousands of dollars. And my thing is, unless you have thousands of dollars, like I for one wouldn't spend several $1,000s on something like that, dude. I'm just not gonna do it. Because my thinking is like, okay, how many other weapons can you buy for that, or how many other weapons and magazines and ammunition can I buy for that? Combined together and stuff. Because it's like, hell, if I can get 2, 3, 4 guns, a few mags for each gun, and then like a couple boxes of ammo for each gun for the same price as this single gun, like, yeah, I'm gonna go with that multiple thing, dude. Is what it's gonna be, because again, that's a better quality thing, is what it is then. But yeah, needless to say, it's an interesting one to think about. And like I said, I would definitely go with the revolver and lever action. I think, even though people were like, "Oh yeah, 357, 38 special ain't as widely manufactured or remanufactured, whatever it is, dude, or getting the components shit for it to actually do it yourself." But my thinking is, it's like, okay, but what if I did do that myself, kind of thing, or whatever the case be? Like, yeah, I'd much rather have that be the thing or whatever it is, dude. So, but and I could also see it. I could also see there being a for that specific thing. Then I could also see people doing contender shit for a 1911 then, and because obviously you'd have like potentially the ability to load 45 ACP then, and maybe not. It might be, a contender and stuff, but yeah, like I said, I'd much rather have the 357 lever gun and the 357 revolver than have like a 2 gun kind of thing or whatever the case be. Because my thinking is like, okay, let's go ahead and say you had like a 9 mil handgun, but then you had like some neutered ass mag for it would be like 10 rounds or whatever then. And then you have that or whatever, and you could have like a whole bunch of those or whatever it is, dude. But then like, okay, so what's your battle rifle then? Because it wouldn't be like 5.56 most likely, because again, if you're gonna go down that road and stuff, you would have all those ARs and shit banned. So it's like, okay, so what would it be then? Or would it be like a 12 gauge? So would it be like a 9 mil handgun and like a 12 gauge shotgun kind of thing or whatever, And it's the whole thing there is what it is. Which now, granted, if we go down that road and stuff like that, and you go like 9 mil handgun plus shotgun, I would actually go with most likely one of the those Mossberg Maverick security ones that are like, I think it's either 7 or 8 rounds in the tube, and Yeah, those things are fucking sweet. I need to pick one of those up one of these days when I get some cash together, honestly, because I've wanted one of those for a while now, actually. And yeah, you talk about that, like, 7 rounds of, uh, or it might be 7 plus 1 now I'm thinking about it. So it'd be like, yeah, like 8 rounds of, 12 gauge, whether it be, double aught or whether it be fucking slugs or whatever it is, dude. You know, that would be a hell of a fucking good, heavy hitters, what it would be, man. So, and then of course, if you're going to have to reload, shells yourself and stuff like that, like you could basically put a bunch of stuff into them then, dude. And what's nice about that is too the versatility of the shotgun stuff as well. You look at shows like Supernatural and shit, dude, where they would put like rock salt and stuff in there, dude, and have it be like a rock salt shell or whatever versus the demons and shit. So, I'm not going to sit here and say that we're going to go like that fucking crazy ass route of shit where it'd be like, demonic energy or entities or whatever the case be. But like, you know, it's a situation there of you never know, man. You never know if it's going to be something like that. And, it could be like that. God, I can't think what that fucking show is called now. There was a show that Ian Heche did years ago. It was a 1 season series done on a cliffhanger. I want to say it was for Sci-Fi, and it was Aftermath. I think that's what it was called. And yeah, it was a good fucking series though, dude. And I'm really pissed they canceled it the way they did, because basically it was about the gist of it was she was a pilot, ex-military there, and I forget what state it was, but basically it was her and her family trying to survive like the apocalypse essentially. And it was basically like the grid down plus like all kinds of demonic shit is what it is. And so yeah, I could see it being something crazy like that, dude, where it is like the rapture kind of deal or whatever the case be, and we're fighting physical fucking demons. And it's like, yeah, if that be the case and it's not zombies, but it's like demons or whatever, like, yeah, I'm gonna want some fucking rock salt shells and stuff like that, dude. And if I can make fucking, actual like shotgun rounds out of fucking rock salt and shit, dude, like that would be something worth having, honestly. But yeah, that being said though, like, I don't know. I think truthfully, my thinking is it does become, what is more cost effective and what is a better, overall weapon and what can be easily, cleaned and, maintained and stuff like that. And honestly, I don't know. Because the thing is, like, it probably is pretty, like, I think it's a lot harder to take care of a lever action gun. I wouldn't know, I don't have one yet. I'm just assuming from what I've seen. Make sure that shit's maintained, everything else like that, and not have it be like seizing up on you or whatever, versus, something like a fucking, 12 gauge or whatever the case be, where there's like not many components to that at all, dude. So maybe that is the route to go then. But yeah, either way, I'm not sure. But like I said, I personally would like to go with the combo gun that's basically like one ammunition essentially that you would need, and you can just have that ammo across the board is what it would be then. And that's one thing I do appreciate with the 1 season of Fear the Walking Dead, when they have that John Dory character in there. It's the place that he used to work at and shit. That he goes to find some ammunition, and it's like this big ass safe full of like 45 long Colt and a bunch of other stuff like that. And yeah, it's pretty cool, dude. But and that's the thing too as well. Like, you never know, man, if you would have like something like that for that matter, where it's just like, okay, you're gonna go, scavenging safes and shit like that, and just like find like this plethora of ammunition and stuff like that, and maybe even a gun or two in that caliber. Um, Versus, God forbid you can't find nothing then in like other places and shit is what it is. That's one thing that always did bother me about The Walking Dead in general, though. I know that we're down this road for the last couple minutes now. Is you had, especially those early seasons and stuff, like leading up to like season 3. So you had Rick and them do like scavenger shit or whatever, but yet you never saw them randomly go into like a room or whatever the case be and start like, ripping drawers open and stuff like that, and maybe finding like a random revolver or random, semi-automatic, or looking in the back of a fucking closet and just finding like grandpa's old like single shot or double barrel or whatever it is, dude. Because that would have been fucking interesting. That would have been really fucking cool, honestly, dude. is them just finding like you just have like random guns and like random houses they're checking out or something like that, dude. That never got a chance to be used, or people forgot that they were even there, or whatever the case be. And then it's like, oh, you have like this old ass like dusty box of shells or something like that. Like that'd be interesting, dude. So, but yeah, that would be. I would like to see something like that, honestly, more in a zombie series, because even like there was that one episode from, I believe it was the beginning of the last season here, like the first third or whatever, where you had all the people that were in the current group there that Maggie and them were with, and it was like Daryl and company. And it's like you have them basically repelling into what looks like a military base or something like that, where all the military guys became zombies somehow or another. My biggest issue with that was, so you had them down there, you had the couple of the chicks be able to grab M16s and kill a bunch of the zombies off, but they didn't kill them all or whatever, and they had to be like yanked up or whatever by everybody else. Then my thinking is like, okay, you have the high ground now. You could easily go get like rocks and shit and just start like clunking these motherfuckers like one at a time is what it is, dude. Until they're all dead, and then you just go back down there. You get all those fucking guns again, because again, yeah, it's been like maybe a decade or whatever the case, but you can't sit here and honestly tell me that that shit can't be repurposed and make sure that it's able to be, fully functioning again or whatever the case be. Dude, if it's just been sitting there lying for like a decade, basically. So, and not to mention on that one, but then they could have also gone back down there and looked again through the thing, because they were obviously looking for food at the time. They could have maybe found some more food, but also found a fuck ton of ammo and mags and shit, dude. And you could have had like the entire fucking group of people be armed to the teeth, then is what it is, dude. With actual ammunition and guns and stuff again. Instead of having it be a fucking retard situation of like, oh, let's go back to using bows and arrows and fucking sticks and knives and shit. Like, fuck that, dude. And my thing of that is, it's like, really, it goes back down to fuck Angela Kang, dude, because I know for a fact that bitch is an anti-gunner. I've never been able to find anything about her specifically coming out of the woodwork and talking about it, but there's no way she's not, because once you saw the takeover by her from Scott Gimple, dude, there is such a fucking lack of firearms in that show. It is beyond disgusting. Now, granted, that being said, with the Commonwealth storyline, they kind of had to have them again because the Commonwealth soldiers and shit like that. But the thing of it is, like, yeah, you have like these entire episodes where like nobody has a weapon, dude, except like fucking knives and shit. And it's like, no, I'm sorry, bro. Like, you would have figured something out there, dude. I don't care if fucking Eugene sabotage like 80% of the fucking ammo or whatever it was there, dude, for Negan's little war and shit, dude. And like half those guns are busted now, whatever it is, dude. You would have still figured out ways to repurpose some of those firearms in the last decade since then, is what it is, dude. And you would have actually had communities still be fucking physically armed. Maybe not be armed to the point where they're going to randomly use the guns every fucking day and go kill walkers and shit like that, dude. But no, you would actually have them have a weapon just in fucking case to deal with some stuff, dude. And now all of a sudden you now have Maggie in this last season have this fucking random 1911, and it's like, okay, well, where the fuck did that come from? Number one, because I think she picked it up off the ground in that first episode, but I could be wrong. But then the thing of that is, though, dude, it's like, okay, where in the fuck are you getting 45 ACP to refill that damn gun? Number one, and number two, do you have more than one fucking mag for that gun now? And that's the one thing that's bothering the shit out of me throughout this entire fucking season now with that whole thing, dude. Is it's like, okay, where the hell did you get that from? Number one, because I think they did kind of show that, but it's like, number two, though, how many mags you got for it? Are all them loaded? How much ammo you got left is what it is, kind of thing. Because she keeps pulling it out every so often on people, dude. And it's like, you never see it get fired, though. And I'm like, is this gun even fucking loaded, or is it just like for show at this point, honestly, dude? Because it almost is what it seems like. It could just be for show at this point, honestly. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the last 8 episodes of that series, though. I'm one of these people that's like, hey, I've watched it up to this point. I'm just trying to truck through these last few right now, dude. I think I'm actually semi, like, I've heard people say they're not excited about these last episodes from the previews they've seen and stuff like that, dude. I disagree. I am, because I kind of want to see where it's going to go. But that being said, I think it could definitely go downhill very quickly, is what it is. And unfortunately, knowing the people that are behind this stuff and knowing fucking Angela Kang's bullshit writing skills and just the writers they have on this right now. Like, I could definitely see them doing like a lays out kind of thing where it's like, oh, haha, fooled you. We're gonna be back for like another show and like another fucking spin-off or whatever it is in like a year or two, and then that's gonna last for 4 or 5 fucking seasons now, and it's gonna be a shit show there if that be the case then. So I don't know. I'm ready for it to end. I think it'll be interesting to see how many characters they're actually willing to kill off in these last few episodes, is what it is, dude. Because I've seen and heard people talk about characters like Jerry and stuff not making it out of this whole thing. And my thinking is, it's like, unless you're gonna have it be a spinoff where it has more than a few people in it, dude, almost everybody shouldn't make it out of this alive right now, dude. Because if they do, then they should be in spinoffs and stuff like that. If that be the case, if they're not going to do that, then don't have them survive the last few episodes, is what it is. And if nothing else, I would actually personally like it to be something where they don't go full retard and don't be like, oh, let's go ahead and do this stupid shit or whatever the case be, keep making fucking more series and stuff. I would much rather have them end it here, basically, with the final episode jumping like, I don't know, 10, 15 years into the future. You have a very much alive Judith who is now in her mid 20s, who is now with some random person, dude, chick, whatever the fuck it is. I don't care anymore. Because, of course, they're going to insert some stupid shit like that into it, I'm sure. That doesn't need to be there anyway. But either way, she's with somebody, she has her family going on right now or whatever the case be or something somehow. And you have like older versions of some of the other characters, and you basically have it be something where those who survived have now thrived in this community, and maybe Maggie has now become, some kind of weird governor or whatever the case be of the Commonwealth and shit, or like I think it was president of the Commonwealth is what it was in the comics or something, is where she became there. And yeah, you just have like these outpost kind of deals across the little bits of region that we know about and stuff like that. And you just have like these communities that all come together under the Commonwealth moniker, is what it is. And you basically just have humanity then, like I said, 15, 20 years down the road, whatever it is there, where you have them, they have come back enough to where they've, repelled a lot of the zombies, figured out a way to deal with zombie herds the correct way and stuff like that to eventually kill them off entirely. And then you basically have, humans have won, essentially, is what it is. Or maybe not won, but like they have done enough to where it is they're able to commingle, I guess is what it would be, without fear of having to have, everybody be on high alert for, just random zombies everywhere, is what it is, dude. And my thinking is, and this is something that somebody brought up as a good point in the last year or so, which is you have kids like Judith, you have kids like Jerry's children, et cetera, et cetera. And, nobody ever talks about, are these kids immune from the virus and shit, dude? Because as far as I'm aware, none of them have returned at this point that have been killed. And then again, it might be too that they have not shown these kids turning, is what it is, dude, for that reasoning. And my thinking is it would be interesting. It would be interesting to see if these children have immunity to this virus, is what it is, dude. I think they may, honestly. Because it would make sense, right? Because you think about it, like, they like Jenner tells Rick in the early seasons that, it's like a whole thing where everybody's eventually gonna turn or whatever the case be. But they never talk about, okay, if you all have it within you or whatever the case be, and you all have the ability to turn or whatever after death and shit, what about the kids that you potentially would be bringing into the world as offspring then? Are they going to be immune from this, or are they going to have the same shit in them, is what it is, dude? Are they going to have mom and dad's fucking, random X Factor gene where it would allow them to turn then as well upon death? And my thinking is, I don't think so. I think they would definitely have the opposite of that, dude. I think they would be able to survive, is what it is. And if they're killed, they're not going to turn then. And if that be the case, then that means all you have to do really is have humanity live long enough to where you'd have like a few generations of that shit going on. And then you would just have like the super immune is what it would be then, dude, where every single child in that, 2, 3 generations down the road then is going to be immune no matter what then, because their parents would be the first generation of immune people is what it would be then. Or not their parents, their grandparents would be the first generation of immune people, and then their parents would be the second generation, and then they would be the third generation if nothing else. So yeah, it's interesting, and I think it would be something interesting for them to explore. I don't think they will though, because again, I think it's just them. I think it's lazy writing for the most part. I think they're just trying to basically get to wherever in the show, and I think they realized that they fucked up for like basically more than half a season with the dumbass retarded storyline of whatever the fuck Leah's people call themselves. I don't remember at this point. I really have I can't remember honestly, dude. Reapers, I think maybe is what they call themselves. Like I can't remember though. I think that's what it was maybe. But yeah, that whole storyline should have been told to fuck off a long time ago. It should have never been a thing in this series. The entire final season here should have been nothing but the Commonwealth, and it would have been so fucking much better, dude. Instead of just being like, nah, we're gonna wait until like halfway in to do anything Commonwealth related. It's like, no, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, showrunners and fucking writers and shit, dude. Like you guys are a part of the problem in this situation. So, but yeah, now that we're over 4 hours in, I'm getting it for real now because I'm definitely gonna go to bed here, being almost 6 a.m. now, and yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. I don't know when that's gonna be now, but yeah, like I said, hopefully y'all enjoyed this. Hopefully you enjoyed my crazy ramblings and everything else like that. And my mostly coherent thoughts, it seems like, I think they're mostly coherent at this point. I don't know about 100%, but I would say a good 80, 85% anyway are coherent. Maybe some of them are incoherent ramblings now, but it is what it is though. And that's all it is, honestly. But yeah, like I said, we'll be back at some point in the future here. I'll probably do another Oathbreakers at some point in the next week or two, maybe. And it depends. I'm debating right now. I kind of want to call out JB Fitzner and stuff for his Oathbreaking shit, but I would have to do like a bunch of research into that actual legislation that he passed there that basically is going to turn Illinois into the fucking purge state, is what it would be. So it depends, man. I also want to do. I really want to do an Oathbreakers on Cory Booker's ass too. By the way, over the FFL stuff and all of his anti-gun bullshit as well. So, but yeah, those would probably be like the next couple then, if that be the case. And other than that, I can't remember if I said DMZ in this episode or not, where I talked about that. I think maybe I did in the very beginning of this episode, where we talked about the DMZ thing, the demilitarized zone, and that comic and stuff that it's based on. By the way, I could not get through episode 1 of that fucking stupid series, dude, that they did with Rosario Dawson's ass. That thing was a piece of horse shit for real, dude. They should have 100% gone with the actual storyline for fucking Batum instead of trying to make some new thing is what it is. They should have gone straight from the comic / graphic novel that it was based upon and basically gone. If they were smart about it, what they would have done was it would have been like episode 3 out of like 6 or 8 would have introduced the main lead character person or whatever, and it would have been the 2 episodes leading up to that would have been how they got to that point, and it would have been okay. Here's beginning, middle, end kind of thing with that, and the beginning part would have been how the like free states and stuff like that came together and decided to basically go up against the federal government tyranny is what it was, dude. Because that's one thing that I would love to see come out of Hollywood. And I don't think we ever will, because that's the one thing that I think they're basically told specifically be like, yeah, don't give American people any kind of, thing to look back on and actually use as like a reference, essentially, is what it is, of like how they should revolt kind of thing is what it would be then. But yeah, I would like to see that happen though one of these days. And I think that's the unfortunate situation is that they don't allow for that kind of revolting, revolutionary stuff to be put into things, so people would have like an actual game plan of like A, B, C, etc. There. So where it's like A, here's B, here's what we do on C, D, E, F, G, H. Okay, here's I right there, and go down the road with that one and stuff, because it would be interesting. It would be very, very interesting if they did that. And I think, unfortunately, they're not going to do that specifically because of that reasoning. And it's sad. It's sad that we, have to live in this kind of a country, and that people won't actually have the balls to grow a fucking pair and do what they need to do to actually show like good entertainment again, is what it is, dude. But yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm probably going to see if I can find that graphic novel and read it one of these days. Or nothing else, I might go to the Wikipedia thing and just read the whole thing of that, just verbatim and stuff like that or whatever. So, also, book recommendations before we leave this episode off. If you have never read 1 Second After or Soft Apocalypse, read both of those things. I know that 1 Second After you could find an audiobook here on YouTube. I'm not so sure about Soft Apocalypse. I don't think that one's a book. I don't think that one actually has like an audio thing for it yet or not. But that book, I've only read like the first chapter or two of that book because that's all I can get for free. I've been trying to find a fucking a copy of it from a couple different libraries, and I can't find one yet. I'm probably gonna end up having to buy that online or something like that one of these days, because I really want to read the rest of it. Because basically the gist of Soft Apocalypse is you have nomadic tribes, and it's basically the grid has gone to shit, or not the grid, but like the economy's gone to shit, to where you have like a lot of people not being able to survive and stuff like that. So you have these like two dudes that are part of like this nomad tribe that basically just, rides around everywhere and stuff like that, or walks around everywhere, bikes around everywhere, all stuff like that. And they are, you have government at that point who are detaining people and tossing them out of the country, thinking they're illegals, or maybe they are illegals and stuff like that in some cases. And yeah, basically the gist of it is it's this main character guy, I think it's his buddy or whatever the case be, and a couple other people who are trying to survive essentially a grid down scenario where not everybody has lost jobs, not everything has gone to complete shit, but it's enough of an apocalypse for them to where it's a soft apocalypse, and it would essentially equate to a like massive recession, almost Great Depression level era to some extent, for people that are, a lot of college age folks that don't have real degrees and shit like that. It would be all them basically being affected by the stuff. And it would be the people that are essential hubs and shit for everyday life. They would be the ones that would basically survive, is what it is. And you'd have a mix between the two things, to where some people are still going to have jobs and be like essential workers and stuff like that, is what it would be because of what they do and how they can do it, versus a lot of society that would be in economic depression and stuff like that, to where you'd have to basically go back to a barter and trade system to get anything done, is what it is. And actually there's even a point in the first chapter of that book where it is you have the dudes going into a bowling alley that has no actual lights on, and it's all by fucking like candlelight and then like a little bit of sunlight that's like peeking through and shit. And the people that are bowling in the bowling alley, because it has no electricity, are literally walking down to the end of the lane and resetting up the pins every fucking frame, is what it is. And that's what I'm saying, dude. Like that's the kind of shit I'm talking about, is like that's how crazy things get. And that's what I think we're heading to in America right now, dude. And it's a scary fucking thought if that be the case. On the flip side of things, if we ever get down to the 1 second after scenario, we are all fucked, by the way. And I'm going to say that right now, dude, because that whole book is basically just about that. It's about a dude, I believe, in West Virginia who experiences grid down firsthand, and how pretty much no cars run anymore except for his not grandmother, his mother-in-law, his kid's grandmother, is her vehicle from the 1950s is the only thing that runs at all in that within that book and its storyline and stuff like that. And then eventually it's something where people figure out like, okay, you know, we can pull these little bits of wires and shit out of these trucks from like the 70s or 80s, and now these are going to function again and be able to work again then. And I believe it's based on EMPs, if I'm not mistaken. Is essentially, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's based on EMP attack by a different country onto us. And it's kind of what I could see China doing right now if they really wanted to. And the thing is, like, dude, like, especially if you're talking about like Russia or whatever the case be, if they would have that ability to do that shit to us, dude, we rely way, way too much on the grid right now. And it would be a lot more than Russia or Ukraine or a lot of these other fucking, you know, Eastern European countries rely on grids and shit, dude. Like, we've had it very, very fucking easy as a society for the past, you know, almost 100 fucking years now is what it is, dude. And I'll tell you right now, well, not maybe not 100 years, but at least like the last like 40, 50 years, give or take, since the early 70s and shit. And I'll tell you what, man, if we get a slap in the face wake up call again, I think there's going to be a lot of people who don't even understand what the fuck just happened. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who refuse to actually go down the road and do what needs to be done to survive, unfortunately. And if you're not willing to go down that road, if you're not willing to make those tough choices and stuff, dude, which now granted, it might not be a situation like that where you're going to have to do it immediately. It might be a situation where you don't know what you're capable of until the rubber meets the fucking road kind of thing. And if that be the case, then, you know, I think there's a lot of people who don't understand like what they really have in them until it's going to be unleashed is what it is. And if that be the case, you're going to see a lot of fucking crazy people, dude, when things go south. And you're going to see the desperation of humanity and exactly what people are willing to do to survive. And I hate to say it, man, I think the Alex Jones prediction of the fucking Eat Thy Neighbors thing is 100% spot on and is most likely going to be a future delayed reality kind of deal. And if that be the case, we are in for some very, very dark times ahead. And it's like I said before, this is something that I do not want to survive through, is what it is, dude, because God fucking forbid anybody that does survive it, you know, potentially now has to be side-eyed as, oh, you know, did you do something? Did you do something? How did you survive kind of thing? And other people didn't kind of deal is what it is, dude. So, yeah, not a good thing at all. Not a good thing at all. Any way you look at it, dude. Any way you slice it, any way you break it open, dude. But anyway, like I said, that's pretty much where we're at for the day. And, you know, if you get the chance, check those books out, especially 1 Second After. I think it's about a 12 to 14 hour book on tape here on YouTube. I think there's a couple different channels that have done it now that are multiple sets of videos there for it because they're like 5-6 hours a piece, whatever. But yeah, very good book. I read it. I believe I've read it all the way through from cover to cover at least once. I know there's other books that are based on it after that. I have not gotten a chance to read the other books that are in that line because I believe it is. I believe I want to say the author guy did 2 more books after that because the first one was 1 Second After, and then I believe the second one was like 1 year after, and it was supposed to be based around what happened in the aftermath of everything, you know, after that first year. And then I want to say there was like a third book that came out in the last year or so where it was supposed to be like a wrap up the first 2 or something like that. And it was like a few years down the road or whatever, and how society then came back together and how they were able to function again after a grid down scenario and shit like that. So, yeah, 1 Second After is an excellent book. Like I said, if you read the other ones too, that's up to you. But yeah, for sure, read that first one. And if nothing else, find Soft Apocalypse and check that out too as well, because like I said, from what I've read of it, it's a very good book, and I think it's definitely something we're experiencing right now in this country firsthand. And, you know, I'm going to give this shout out one more time to everybody out there that's listening and watching this.
The railway strike is coming. If you are not prepared, you have basically today and then most likely sometime on Friday to get your shit together and go out there and purchase some groceries for the next few weeks anyway. I would suggest doing that. I would suggest having at least a 2 week supply of food on hand right now, if not a month supply or more. If you do not have that, you are going to be in a shit situation very quickly, dude, because you are definitely not going to be able to get the shit when you're going to need it then. And I believe we are definitely heading towards a dark, dark time ahead, depending on how long this thing goes, man. And I could easily see it going for several weeks, if not all the way through the election, honestly, dude. And if that be the case, oh my God, bro, it's going to be a bad, bad day all the way around. But either way, like I said, man, if you don't have a couple weeks to a month's worth of food, get your shit together today and into Friday and get it done. And other than that, that's all I can really tell you. You know, be prepared for the worst, hope for the best, and hope our country doesn't fall apart, is what it is, dude. Because I think a lot of people are not going to make it out if it does. I think you're going to see a lot of people who are going to need to be on meds and everything else like that who are not going to make it out. You know, it's just like that show that's based on the real events of Katrina, that 5 days at Memorial, where you have a lot of people who are just, you know, so bedridden basically to where they can't even take care of themselves, dude. They can't even they can barely fucking swallow and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, dude, those are going to be the first people to perish in any kind of grid down scenario. And, you know, I feel for them. I do. I don't know how I would, I don't know, man. That's the one thing. I don't know if I could live through that, dude, like having to, you know, deal with that kind of shit or whatever. And I believe there would be a lot of angel of mercies, angel of death people in that situation that would be, you know, being like, okay, you know what, we know these people are going to suffer if we don't do this. You know, we got to do this for the betterment of everybody, dude. Like, yeah, it sucks that they're, you know, not going to make it or whatever the case be, but it's like, there ain't much else we can do here and stuff. That being said, though, I could easily see it being a situation as well where you have people that, you know, they just dip out, whether it be, you know, aides or whether it be nurses or whatever the case be. They're like, yeah, this is my life. This is my fucking thing to be. It's my cross to bear kind of thing, whatever. But it's like, I got a family to worry about. You know, these people in this long term care facility, whatever the case be, ain't going to make it anyway. You know, sucks to be all you guys. I did what I did for you. Here's, you know, whatever. And they just walk out the door is what it is, dude. Because again, you know, what can you really do, honestly? And it ain't much, dude. You know, are you going to be able to sit there and fucking, you know, hand pump, you know, 10 people that need ventilators to live is what it is, dude, because they're on fucking, you know, iron lungs and shit. No, you're not going to be able to do that, dude. And those people are going to perish very quickly, is what's going to be. So, yeah, like I said, I think we're heading for dark times ahead in this country. And I'm hoping, you know, I think I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I don't think a lot of other people can yet. And I'm hoping that that light at the tunnel isn't a big fucking train just coming to smack me in the face, honestly, dude, because that would suck. But, you know, like I said, man, it's one of those things you got to talk about, though, because you never know, man. You know, hopefully that light at the end of the tunnel is an actual light and it's not fucking, you know, the light of a fucking train coming to whap you off, is what it is, dude. So, anyway, but yeah, that's pretty much how we're gonna end this for the day. Hope you guys enjoyed this episode, and I'll see y'all on the next one.